Chapter 1245. The 13 mounts of the Heavenly Emperor arrived. The strange beasts they rode were all mystical, either roaring towards the sky or surging with divine multicolored light. Their scales were dense, their wings glaring, and they swallowed clouds and spat out mist like dragons soaring into the sky. The street was shaking, as if a torrent of steel was rushing over. It was as if an earthquake had occurred in this area. The majestic Pai Xiu, the nine-headed golden-scaled divine python, the azure dragon that swallowed the heavens, each and every one of them was divine and terrifying, filling this place and surrounding Yifan. The 13 mounts of heavenly wasteland sneered again and again, as if they were hunting from all sides. Several people stepped out and shouted as they circled around him. The entire street was in chaos. Many people had gathered over to watch this disturbance. Perhaps an astonishing battle would occur. Yifan held his spear horizontally, facing these terrifying mounts alone. There was no emotion on his face, only a cold and exuding killing intent. "Heh, you really want to fight with us? Since that is the case, then make your move. Let me see your abilities. I'll let you have 10 moves, I'll take your head within 15 moves." 2 of the mounts were especially domineering. Their mounts neighed, their steps causing the street to rumble and sparks to fly in all directions. They continuously ran around Yifan, as if they had trapped their prey. Yifan's gaze was intimidating as he swept his spear across them. These people acted tyrannically, but they did not attack him immediately. Instead, they wanted to provoke him and make him attack. Evidently, they wanted to make use of the city's rules to provoke him first and then draw him into attacking. They would then carry out a defense and reasonably kill him. "What, are you afraid? Are you afraid? Since you don't dare to attack, then quickly scram and make way," one of them berated. His eyes were cold. As long as Yifan dared to attack, he and the other person would mercilessly kill him on the spot. "What are you barking for? If you want to die, then come over. I'm waiting for you guys to attack." Yifan's words were sonorous. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it spread throughout the entire street. Many people's expressions changed. Yifan was alone, yet he was able to oppose them with equal harshness. He was powerful and fierce, shocking many people. The 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland were definitely seated experts. Along the way, they had already alerted the ushers. They fought bloody battles along the way, never tasting defeat, and arrived at the #1 city of the human race. These people were feared by all sides. Many people listed them as one of the most terrifying competitors. Now that they were stirring up trouble, they naturally attracted attention. The 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland are seated experts. It's clear that they're sizing up their competitors one by one and starting with them. Who is he? Which star field does he come from? His temperament is extraordinary. Can he really fight against a talent from the ancient star field of infinite desolation? A total of 437 people entered the city. There are not many who can fight against the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland. Look, their leader has a holy beast mount. The #1 of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland had his eyes closed the entire time. He did not take this matter to heart, as if he was an outsider. His upper half of his bronze-colored body was bare, and beneath him was a gray wolf that was filled with a torrential blood chi. I heard that this person's cultivation has reached the acme of perfection. Some of his provocations and forceful words and actions are all to train the weaker divine knights. Scram, or fight? Hurry up and decide. Otherwise, don't surround me. Yifan spoke. He did not take the initiative to attack because he did not want to leave behind any evidence. However, he did not want these people to look good either. Everyone was dumbfounded. This person was definitely incisive and even more powerful than the 13 steeds of the Sky Emperor. Did he really want to shed all pretense of cordiality and fight? The 2 mounts of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland that were running around Yifan stopped. The two people on top of them had ashen expressions, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. They wanted to legally kill Yi Fan, but they never thought that he would have the guts to do so alone. They wanted to make the first move and then kill him. Even if I give you a chance to defend yourself, can you kill me? One of them laughed coldly. Then come and try. I don't mind chopping off your dog head. Yi Fan said unyieldingly. The black spear in his hand flickered with black light. He raised it up and pointed it at this person's throat. The divine radiance at the tip of the spear flickered unsteadily. When these words were spoken, the entire street immediately erupted. The male on top of the scarlet-scaled horse was truly too forceful. His tattered battle clothes were stained with blood, and he was as terrifying as a god of death. He's going to fight the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland to the end. His future path might be dim from now on. No matter how strong he is, he might not be the opponent of the 13 steeds. Who is he? Many people were stupefied at first, and then they broke into an uproar. The two people from the 13 steeds who were stirring up trouble were naturally furious. These words were too ear-piercing. For them who had always been domineering, this was a type of humiliation. A divine pot appeared above one of their heads. It swallowed and spat out the essence of heaven and earth. The fluctuations were like a tsunami, and it was going to suck Yi Fan inside. Old 13. An expert on a mount in the distance glared at him, telling him to put away the divine pot. You must not start a fight in the city. I remember 2 years ago, there were 2 seed-level experts who were arrogant and unruly because they had reached the sage realm. They disregarded the city's rules, and in the end, they were both beheaded. The natives in the city reminded. Who is causing trouble? Could it be that you want to break the rules of this city? A group of soldiers arrived from the distance. All of them wore black heavy armor and held iron spears in their hands. They were as oppressive as a mountain, giving off a terrifying pressure. Old 12, Old 13, stop messing around. Hurry up and find a place to stay. The number 2 figure of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland spoke. They had just entered the city, so no one was willing to break the city's rules and anger the envoy. Otherwise, they would definitely not have a good ending. The number 2 figure of heaven wasteland city was riding on an azure dragon. He wore azure gold battle clothes, and even his head was covered. Only a pair of eyes were exposed outside the armor. His eyeballs actually had no pupils, and the azure light was terrifying. It was filled with a type of demonic nature. That azure dragon let out a low roar. Holy might pervaded the air, startling many strange beasts in the vicinity. They almost fell limp onto the ground. It's a holy beast. Everyone was shocked. Apart from the leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, the mount of the number 2 figure had also reached the sage realm. Roar, a series of roars could be heard. Some of the strange beasts on the street were all startled, struggling one after another. The unicorn closest to Yi Fan even sent its master flying. Its entire body flourished with brilliance, and it stood up like a human, stomping on Yi Fan's body. It was obvious that all of this was caused by the mount of the number 2 figure of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. The true dragon was the lord of all living creatures, and the azure dragon had a thin amount of dragon blood within its body. Having reached the sage realm, it could naturally control other beasts of lower realms. Pfft! Yi Fan brandished the dark golden spear in his hand, using it as a long blade. He hacked the unicorn into 2 halves on the spot, and the 2 halves flew forward. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland were furious. The 2 halves of the unicorn's corpse fell in front of them, and blood splattered everywhere. It penetrated the protective light screen of the 12th and 13th brothers, and sprinkled onto their bodies. Dirty blood flowed everywhere. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became tense. 7 or 8 of the 13 steeds turned around and surrounded Yi Fan, ready to attack at any time. Stop, I'm warning you, whoever dares to make a move will be dealt with as violating the city's rules and killed without mercy," the group of soldiers roared. They were also trial takers on the path to the strongest. Although they had failed, they had walked very far and were more qualified than the people present, so their strength was naturally not weak. "He provoked us and stained our bodies with the beast's blood. He blocked the road on the street and then offended us. He should be killed." The two people at the back of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland criticized, demanding that Yi Fan be dealt with according to the city's rules. Yi Fan said, "Someone disturbed the unicorn and attacked me. I was defending myself. It has nothing to do with me." The mount was startled and even sent me flying, the owner of the unicorn said with a pale face. This group of soldiers had all experienced this along the way, so they naturally knew what was going on. There were no casualties, and they didn't want to interfere too much. They warned the crowd to disperse and not to get entangled. There was such a disturbance as soon as they entered the city. A tense atmosphere pervaded the air. Everyone was on guard against each other, afraid that someone would take advantage of them. Yi Fan found an inn and paid a piece of divine source to stay inside. Longma gritted his teeth and cursed the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. It was a pity that he couldn't make a move. Although the inn was expensive, it was worth the money. There were pavilions in the backyard, a small bridge over a flowing river, and a garden design. The scenery was beautiful. He was preparing to conserve his strength because there would definitely be a fight after entering the trial field. There would definitely be a fierce battle with the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. "Who are you?" Yi Fan, who was meditating, opened his eyes and looked into the courtyard. He saw a person sneaking in from the courtyard beside him with strange footwork. "Shoo, lower your voice." "Dao brother, I'm here to sell secret manuals," a thin and withered middle-aged cultivator said. "I don't need it," Yi Fan said. Longma's expression was also unkind. "You've misunderstood. This isn't a scripture in the ordinary sense, but a secret manual that can protect one's life. It introduces some matters of the trial field." This was a native. His cultivation wasn't weak, and he actually started this kind of business. This kind of thing has probably already violated the city's rules. "I believe the guide wouldn't sit by and watch injustice happen," Yi Fan said. The person who came laughed dryly. He was rather straightforward, and then left. That day, apart from this kind of secret manual, there was another type of secret manual that was sold. On it, a few formidable figures among the trial takers were listed, and it secretly caused a great commotion. The tense atmosphere became even stronger. In the hunting war that was about to begin, everyone already felt the suffocating feeling of the calm before the storm. The next day, a piece of news shook the entire city. A seed-level expert had fallen, and he actually died in his residence. He was ruthlessly killed by someone. What happened? Who killed him? The soldiers surrounded that place, yet they couldn't immediately apprehend the murderer. This gave rise to a great controversy. You all just don't know. There have always been unsolved cases that couldn't be investigated, and in the end, it was left unsettled. The native said. How could it be like this? Even the guide couldn't find the murderer. The crowd was discontent. Many experts come from the boundless cosmos and the vast star domain. Many of them are inheritances from ancient secret lands, and there are some strange forbidden secret techniques that not even the powerful guide could find clues to. As a result, the cultivators in the city became even more cautious. They were on guard against each other, no longer trusting anyone. It was because it was rumored that this was a saint who had cultivated for more than 200 years. His cultivation was profound, and he was one of the front-rank figures among the 437 individuals. However, in the end, he died mysteriously. An undercurrent was surging, and killing intent was everywhere. Everyone sensed that something similar might happen again. Chapter 1246. The culprit has been caught by the soldiers. Now, the truth will be revealed. A day later, a commotion was heard from the number 1 human city. Many people flew towards the central plaza. There, a man with disheveled hair appeared and was thrown to the ground. His body was drenched in blood. He had failed to assassinate a cultivator and was captured by a few soldiers. They tied him up and brought him here for a public trial. However, the people were disappointed. This was a half-saint. How could he kill a true saint with profound cultivation? After observing his sea of consciousness, they discovered that he was not the murderer of the saint. This matter made people even more worried. Everyone was on guard against each other. If all the heroes imitated the assassination path, there would be great chaos. This is the number 1 human city. How could there be an assassination? Even the city lord couldn't find the culprit. Wouldn't there be a loophole? Someone might even attack us at night. Longma pondered. The city was huge and majestic. The buildings on both sides of the streets were scattered. The heroes didn't trust each other and didn't dare to get too close. Starlight sprinkled down like curling smoke. In the dead of night, a miserable shriek rang out. It was so abrupt that it made people tremble. A group of soldiers rushed over like a torrent, but unfortunately, they did not find anything. They only saw a corpse with blood gushing out of it. The city was in chaos. Many people looked over coldly. There were also some who rushed over to the scene. What a pity. This was just a child. He had already severed his Tao many years ago and reached the half-saint realm at the age of 30. He was a proud son of heaven, but he was killed just like that. A man sighed. Although he looked young, he was in fact over 180 years old. He had the qualifications to call a 30-year-old expert a child. This was definitely a hero of a generation. If he didn't die, even if he couldn't step onto the emperor's path, he would still become a king among saints. A 30-year-old half-saint was indeed shocking. Some saints sighed. Such a powerful momentum was rarely seen since ancient times. It was truly an anomaly. People realized that the assassin was unfathomable. Moreover, the targets he had chosen were all people who might achieve great things on the emperor's path in the future. The first was a powerful saint. The second was a rising star with boundless potential. Who would the third be? Everyone felt that he most likely wouldn't stop. What is this? Hiding your head and showing your tail? Do you think you are worthy of walking the path of the strongest trial? He doesn't dare to fight openly and only knows how to kill in the dark. He has a filthy nature and is nothing more than a scoundrel. Someone said indignantly. Perhaps this person was originally an assassin, needing this type of bloody killing to prove his Tao. Another person speculated. The guide gave the order for the entire city to hunt down the culprit. Both of them were seed-ranked powerhouses. I haven't even entered the training field and I've already encountered such a thing. Longma muttered to himself. The starry river descended, and the ancient city was hazy. It was tranquil and peaceful, without a trace of killing intent. In the latter half of the night, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He transformed into a golden bolt of lightning and smashed through the window, pouncing into a void in the courtyard. He shattered the vacuum with a single punch. Blazing golden lightning interweaved. He was like an ancient ferocious beast coming out of its cage, but also like a god of war coming back to life. Xiao! An indistinct black figure was blasted flying backwards. Blood splashed out, and then this figure quickly merged into the void. Yi Fan released a cold snort. His body also disappeared. The Celestial Court's secret techniques were fully displayed. He was like a shadow following the body, and together with the row word art, the great murderous technique was unrivaled under the heavens. This was a saint. His methods were exceptional and extremely powerful. Even Yi Fan shivered inwardly. This was definitely a rarely seen and terrifying figure. Qi. He displayed the battle saint technique. A furnace appeared and suppressed downwards. Phoenix cries shook the 9 heavens, and fiery light illuminated the ancient city. The eternal universe furnace suppressed downwards. This person scattered out an expanse of blood and retreated in retreat. He was like a ghost, extremely fast, faster than lightning. In this world, perhaps only Yi Fan's row word art could catch up to him. He tried to break out several times, but Yi Fan cut off his path ahead and stopped him here. Hong. Longma's sneak attack was known as the Immortal treading shadowless feet. He struck out 108 times, and every single hoof crushed heaven and earth. Pung. This person suffered from a hoof and was sent flying several dozen zhang away. He borrowed the force to enter the void, wanting to use a secret technique to disappear. Yi Fan was an expert. The 6 Dao reincarnation fist smashed out, shattering the heaven and earth. An aura like that of a primordial beast covered the sky and earth, blasting this person down. This kind of battle naturally alarmed the heroes in the city. Cold gazes appeared in the nearby courtyards as they looked over. There were also people who rushed over to help. Kill! Uniform shouts of killing rang out. It was as if a river of stars had landed on the great earth, stirring up boundless waves that were deafening. The soldiers guarding the giant city arrived. There were more than 20 of them, and they surrounded this place. They swept through the buildings and charged in. Under the cold moonlight, Yi Fan stood alone. He held a piece of human skin in his hand and looked at it seriously. Longma ran back from the distance. He didn't discover any assassin's accomplices, and there was nothing suspicious either. He cursed continuously. What happened? A soldier asked in a low voice. Under the starry skies, a large number of experts arrived. Most of them were people who had walked on the ancient path of the most powerful trials. They surrounded this place. Someone tried to assassinate me, but they failed. Yi Fan replied. The scene was deathly silent. This was like a layer of haze that floated in the city, making everyone feel stifled. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was unharmed and had repelled the assassin. Many people revealed looks of surprise. He was treated as a target, and this definitely proved his value. The assassin saw him as a threat. Yi Fan used the 6 Dao reincarnation fist in the end, shattering everything. Even that figure became dim, only leaving behind a piece of human skin. This was a relatively intact piece of human skin. It was like a snake's slough, as if it had been shed by someone. Apart from the face, the other parts were completely intact. This is the assassin's skin? Everyone revealed strange expressions. Could it be that he was killed by you? Dawn arrived. This matter triggered a huge wave. Many soldiers were here to reconstruct the battle scene, but they didn't have any great harvests. In the following 2 days, there were no assassinations in the city. Everything was peaceful. Some people guessed that the assassin had been killed by Yi Fan, while others shook their heads. The soldiers took away the human skin and sent it to the envoy's manor. There was no structure to it all this time. This person definitely didn't die. I don't know what kind of secret method he has. Yi Fan knew clearly that striking down a piece of human skin didn't mean that he had truly killed the assassin. It seems like he won't appear in a short period of time. Longma said. Yi Fan pondered and said, if he purely came to assassinate me, then that's fine. However, if he wanted to use this to stand out and attract the attention of others, creating competitors for me from all directions and becoming a clear target, then there's the smell of a conspiracy. The following days were extremely peaceful. There were no more bloodshed. Everyone was waiting for the trial field to open, but the envoy still didn't show any signs. After recuperating for many days, many people stopped cultivating in seclusion. They walked the streets and entered teahouses, restaurants, and other places to wait for an opportunity. When Yi Fan went out, he met a frail youth who had kindly warned him the first time he met the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. He said that the experts on this path wouldn't retreat for others. Although he had arrived at the #1 city of the human race, Yi Fan still didn't understand many things. He was the only one who traveled alone, and there were other companions from other star fields. Why did so many of them come? Yi Fan humbly asked for guidance. He found that some star fields had too many people. There were easily dozens of them, and they all came from the same ancient land. The number of people is completely decided by the protectors of the ancient roads of each star field. There are no special restrictions, unless there's a hidden danger. The ancient road of the strongest trial was a graveyard. Those who died were all heroes. Even those with the qualifications of emperors could fall along the way. It was too dangerous, and not many could return alive. In consideration of the long-term prosperity of their star fields, some ancient lands naturally wouldn't send out too many people. Usually, they would only send a dozen or so. A dozen or so. Yi Fan was startled. According to what he knew, the extraordinary warrior manor would normally send out 3 people. Only this era was special and there were no restrictions. That was because the road to immortality was about to open and it was hard to predict whether it would be good or bad. There are also some ancient lands that have terrifying old enemies and have no choice but to send out 2 or 3 for fear of retaliation. Yi Fan was startled as he heard this. It seemed that there were many things to pay attention to on this ancient road, but the old master of the extraordinary warrior manor hadn't explained them in detail. Big Dipper might have a great enemy and there would most likely be terrifying competitors on the road ahead. Was the enmity of tens of thousands of years still continuing? You come from Big Dipper. The youth's eyes widened in shock. He then warned him in a low voice that it was best not to mention this to others. Why? I've heard that it is a star that buries emperors. Outstanding talents rise together and the children of deities lie dormant. For tens of thousands of years, it has become the public enemy of many star fields. Yi Fan was deeply surprised. The road ahead might be filled with enemies. The people he had met today were only a small portion. A large number of people had already set out on their way. There were many small ancient roads in the starry sky. Some were smooth sailing, while others had been interfered with by ancient emperors. They were full of trials and tribulations. But in the powerful ancient star fields, the roads were all difficult to walk. It is said that there are human ancient roads, divine ancient roads, and so on. In the end, different roads lead to the same destination and converge into a main trunk. The thin youth named Rui Wei explained some of the secrets he knew. Not everyone who stepped on this ancient road wanted to prove their Tao. Everyone had their own goals because in the end, only one person would have the opportunity to become an emperor. Some people were very rational and didn't want to rush to the end because the experts of the entire cosmos would fight for it. How bitter would that be? It was unknown how many people would die. Rui Wei said, "As for me, it's fine as long as I can become a saint. My most important goal is to find an ancient life star for my clansmen because our heavenly domain is about to dry up." Yi Fan was speechless. Rui Wei's birthplace was a primal chaos pure land, just like the Killer God Dynasty's heavenly domain or vicious primal chaos celestial land. This was their ancestral land discovered by an ancient great sage. At first, the clan was incomparably prosperous because they had many ancient medicines and divine treasures. But now, it was no longer suitable for living. Many people didn't come from a life star but from a small world established by an ancient peerless expert. Some are still flourishing, while others have declined to the point of no return. Rui Wei sighed. Their divine spirit world was about to wither and their resources were limited. At this moment, he didn't even have a single divine source on him because he had left it to the children of the clan who needed it more. After entering the city, he had been sleeping on the streets. Those who are truly qualified to fight for the Emperor's road all come from the powerful and glorious ancient stars. For example, the desolate sky 13 steeds came from a powerful ancient star field, Rui Wei said. Yi Fan sighed inwardly and gave Rui Wei a jade cauldron. There were hundreds of ancient medicines and a pile of divine sources inside. Let's go take a look at the inn in front. There are many people going in and out. There should be some news. The two of them had just entered the huge watchtower floating in the sky when they heard a piece of news. Everyone would enter the trial grounds tomorrow. This was definitely a major event. Inside the watchtower, an embroidered young master sat alone at a table. He gently fanned himself and no one dared to approach him. It was said that he came from a powerful ancient star field and was a genius who had already become a saint. On the other side, there was a monk with a golden band and messy hair. There was a birthmark like a knife scar on his face. Although he was a Buddhist disciple, he didn't look very kind. Yi Fan was startled. Apart from the Big Dipper's western desert, there were also powerful Buddhist sects in other star fields. Soon, he heard the discussion of others. This monk came from an ancient star field called Amida. There were a total of 8 or 9 tables in the palace. They were very special and no one dared to approach them. They were the most powerful among the 437 trial takers. Apart from them, there were naturally many other people who had formed alliances with like-minded people. Who is the assassin? I believe many people should have realized it already. Isn't it that person named Yi Fan? What did he say about repelling the assassin? It's clearly an act, it's him. Someone said with a shrill voice. Yi Fan looked over and saw not only the person who had spoken, but also the middle-aged nun who had almost fought with him. We're going to enter the trial grounds tomorrow. He'll be in for a treat. Humph, humph, humph. Those people were all unkind. Chapter 1247. The restaurant floated in midair, absorbing the clouds and absorbing the mist. Starlight sprinkled down, like a majestic heavenly palace towering in the cosmos. When the middle-aged nun saw Yi Fan, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Her mount had been killed by Yi Fan in front of everyone, and this was a great humiliation. Yi Fan found a table and sat down with Rui Wei, not paying attention to those comments. Many people noticed them, and all kinds of gazes swept over. He was a powerful character in the limelight, and he had left a deep impression on many people. There were 7 or 8 people at the middle-aged nun's table, all of them outstanding and extraordinary characters. This was normal, as none of those who could step on the starry sky ancient path would be ordinary. One may know a person's face but not his heart. Some people are truly deranged, pretending to be killing saints to kill their opponents. Their actions are despicable and inhumane. A young man at the middle-aged nun's table shook the wine cup in his hand, speaking calmly. Although his voice was not loud, it could be heard clearly. He wore sky-blue treasured clothes and looked very young. His skin was fair, and his fingers were sparkling, reflecting the splendor of the jade cup, making him look delicate and refined. He is indeed a scum. In the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's road, if you have the strength, then fight. What kind of ability is there to use such shameless methods to plot against competitors? Another girl spoke. She was born with a beautiful countenance, and her words were very sharp. Her red clothes were like fire, and she should have been charming and enchanting. However, at this moment, there was a kind of killing intent, full of callousness. Rui Wei revealed a worried expression. She could naturally tell that the people at this table were targeting Yi Fan. Their words were obvious, slandering him in front of everyone. "Brother Yi, let's go to another place," Rui Wei said softly. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "Flies flying and dogs jumping, there is no need to pay attention to them." This area of the imperial court immediately quieted down. Many people were paying attention, and the 7 or 8 people at the middle-aged nun's table all had cold expressions. "You've already done it, yet you still don't dare to admit it. A mere scoundrel dares to be so arrogant here." The red-clothed girl's brows furrowed into 2 swords, and her eyes shone with a cold light. The middle-aged Daoist nun smiled and said, "Sister Honglu, there's no need to be angry. We'll be entering the trial grounds tomorrow. Let's kill the rats and dogs and see whose harvest is greater. Little sister Hong, don't let a person who can't see the light spoil your mood. Mountain Lord Junwei is here, let's not talk about a shameless person. The blue-clothed man said calmly. His tone was calm, but it was very targeted. The middle-aged Daoist nun smiled and said, Brother Lan Feng is right. We should go and welcome Mount Junwei. Rui Wei's expression changed. These people were going too far, echoing each other and belittling Yi Fan. They were truly harboring evil intentions, and they deserved to be punished. He was truly afraid that Yi Fan would be angered and disregard everything, unleashing a massacre here. That would be terrible, and there would definitely be a great disaster. It was clear that the middle-aged Daoist nun, Hong Lu, and Lu Maple were all waiting for them to erupt, and then rebuke them on the basis of reason. Yi Fan was very calm. He raised his cup and lightly clinked it with Rui Wei's. He said, There are all kinds of people in the human world. There are all kinds of people. Why bother with them? Just treat it as a dog barking. Swoosh! Numerous gazes shot over like sharp swords, making the atmosphere even more tense and chilly. Everyone had a premonition that a huge collision was about to take place. The number of people talking in the imperial court decreased by a lot, and they all focused their attention. Even the young master in embroidered gown, the Duda with the golden band, and the 6 or 7 other seed-level masters at the other tables indifferently glanced over. The middle-aged Daoist nun revealed a mocking smile. The killing intent in Hong Lu's eyes became even more intense. Lu Maple was very cold. He stared at Yi Fan for a while, and a murderous aura pervaded the air from their table. Yi Fan naturally knew that they were the middle-aged Daoist nun's allies. Together, they were very powerful and couldn't be ignored. It seemed that she had spent a lot of effort to provoke and rope in a group of people. Mount Junwei has arrived. A group of people ascended the imperial court in the sky. 5 people walked in. The one in the middle walked with a majestic gait. He wore a purple gold crown and Qilin armor. He was handsome and extraordinary, and he brought with him a wave of pressure. It was as if a divine mountain was pressing down, as if a divine king had descended upon the world. Brother Junwei, this way please. The elegant Lu Maple in blue smiled and stood up to welcome him. The middle-aged Daoist nun also came in with a horsetail whisk in her hand. She invited him seriously with a trace of respect, which was very different from the coldness she showed to Yi Fan. At this moment, she was full of smiles and greeted him with the etiquette of Taoism. She said, Mount Junwei's name has shaken the starry ancient road. You single-handedly passed through the 99 heavenly passes and walked one of the most difficult paths of training. You are truly a heaven-sent genius. Hong Lu and the others also smiled and came forward. They treated this person seriously and didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. They were like stars surrounding the moon as they led him to his table. In the imperial court, everyone else revealed a surprised expression. Many people had heard of this Mount Junwei. It was said that he came from an ancient starfield. There were many people who went to visit him these past few days. It seemed that he was a feudal lord among the 437 challengers. This was definitely a front-row character. He wasn't any weaker than the 8 or 9 cultivators who occupied a table. Many people feared him and thought highly of him. Mount Junwei came from an academy in an ancient starfield. What he learned is terrifying. He has most likely become a saint. His essence energy is restrained and doesn't leak out at all. The difficulty level is low, but to be able to pass the 99 heavenly passes, he must have transcended mortality and entered sainthood. This was everyone's evaluation. They thought highly of this person and felt fear in their hearts. He wanted to walk the Emperor's path. This was definitely a powerful contender. Mount Junwei had a pair of purple eyes and a golden crown to tie up his hair. He had the bearing of a dragon and tiger. Just sitting there, he gave off an invisible sense of dignity. Just now, I heard you guys talking about assassins. Did you really find any clues? He spoke calmly. His purple eyes were as deep as the sea. It's just a small fry, not worth mentioning. Let him be complacent for a night. Tomorrow, he will be exposed in the training field, the middle-aged Daoist nun said indifferently. Look, isn't it him? He secretly hunts his fellow Daoists. His crimes are unpardonable. I feel like tomorrow, we should all rise up and punish him. Hong Lu pouted and even pointed at Yi Fan. This time, she didn't hide anything and directly targeted him. Right, this kind of person is too despicable. He secretly kills his competitors and is narrow-minded. If he is allowed to live, who knows how many more people will be harmed. We should eliminate him together. The others at this table agreed. Many people in the imperial court revealed strange expressions. They looked towards Yi Fan and the middle-aged Daoist nun and the others. They all began to whisper among themselves. A group of things that don't know life from death. Yi Fan drank a cup of wine and swept his eyes over in that direction. His gaze was indifferent and emotionless. In that instant, the imperial court became extremely quiet. This was a conflict that couldn't be resolved. Even if they didn't fight now, there would definitely be a bitter battle in the training field tomorrow. Who are you talking about? There were people standing at the middle-aged Daoist nun's side. Moreover, there were 5 or 6 of them at once. They looked over coldly and used their power to oppress others. It was as if they wanted to massacre this place. Everyone thought that Yi Fan would be cold and mocking, but they never expected him to be so direct. I am talking about you flies and dogs. Who do you think you are? Just a despicable person that can't see the light. Do you dare fight against me? I will take your head within 100 moves. One person stepped out and spoke sinisterly. It was clear that this was just a spear that stuck out to test and provoke Yi Fan. The assassination has nothing to do with me. If you insist on splashing dirty water on me, I don't mind acting as a killing saint. Yi Fan gave him a look of disdain and said, also, if you want to fight against me, you are still not worthy. Why would I need 100 moves? A single blade is enough to cut you down. When Yi Fan spoke these words, each and every word was resounding and ear-splitting. There was a wave of tyrannical blood energy that covered the sky and covered the earth. This person's face became snow white, as if he saw a rain of blood pouring down on the world. You. His heart was stifled with discomfort. He kicked away his chair and couldn't help but walk out. He actually wanted to brandish his sword at Yi Fan. Swoosh. A streak of light flashed past. Yi Fan's back was facing him. Without even turning his head, he spilled a cup of wine and sent him flying with a pang sound. Blood sprayed out from his mouth and he fell straight into a corner as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Many people's expressions changed. It was just a cup of wine, yet he sent an expert flying. His methods were astonishing and made many cultivators feel restraining fear. You are truly domineering and domineering. Making a big fuss in the human race's #1 city and ignoring the city's rules is one thing. With such actions, you are arrogant and egotistical. Do you want to become enemies with all cultivators? The middle-aged Daoist nun sneered. This is clearly a grudge between you and me, so why drag in so many innocent people? Slandering me as the killing saint and inciting so many people to deal with me, don't you think it's despicable? Yi Fan looked at her, his eyes deep with divine light. Every word he spoke was like a sword cry, shaking everyone's ears until wang wang sounds rang out. Do everything you can to invite people. Tomorrow, no matter how many people come, I will receive them all. If you use dark tricks, I will cut them down with a sword of light. This was Yi Fan's killing intent. In the end, it was nothing more than a battle. In that instant, the imperial court became extremely cold, the coldness penetrating into the bone. Both sides were ready to fight, and it seemed like a great battle was about to break out even before entering the training grounds. Suddenly, cries of alarm sounded. Savage beasts roared as if something abnormal had happened. A few cultivators rode on strange birds and ancient beasts into the city, so there were naturally places outside the imperial court to take care of these mounts. Right now, a great chaos had broken out. The roars of savage beasts transmitted over. The sound was extremely loud, making the expressions of many people at the middle-aged Daoist nuns' table change. They stood up and rushed outside. Outside the imperial court, it was a mess. Shouts could be heard. "Whose horse is this, acting so viciously here?" A flustered and exasperated voice transmitted over. Yifan and Rui Wei gave each other a look, and then they walked out. They saw that the place where mounts were taken care of was in an excessively chaotic state. Birds and beasts roared continuously. "This one doesn't eat grass and only eats meat. It was these two beasts that provoked me, so I had no choice but to roast them." Longma's arrogant voice transmitted over. The middle-aged Daoist nun, Lan Feng, Hong Lu, and the others all had cold expressions. Two of them even had ashen faces. Their mounts were on the verge of death, currently being roasted over a fire. The imperial court's master had a bitter expression. He brought over some spiritual herbs, but in the end, Longma completely ignored them. On the side, a peacock and a golden hoe ridiculed him, their words harsh and rather disrespectful. It was because they knew that their master was going to target the scarlet-scaled horse's master. The result was extremely lamentable. Longma was just a hooligan. He kicked them 3 times on the spot, kicking the powerful peacock and golden hoe until their eyes rolled back and they fainted. He directly plucked out all of their feathers and used scarlet flames to refine them. At this moment, the fragrance of meat wafted through the air. What is going on? How can a horse be so unbridled? The middle-aged Daoist nun and the others questioned coldly. "What are you looking at? You're just making a fuss out of ignorance. Have you never seen such a handsome, meat-eating horse before?" Longma choked. Chapter 1248. The master of the peacock and the master of the golden hoe were so angry that their bodies were trembling. The veins on their foreheads were throbbing non-stop. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. "Evil creature!" One of them scolded angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out an inch-long copper gourd. It was translucent and flickering, and the gourd pulled itself out. The mouth of the gourd swallowed the heaven and earth, wanting to suck in Longma and turn it into pus and blood. "You want to bully me?" Longma glared. One of its front hooves touched the ground, and its entire body spun sideways like a human performing a sweeping kick. Everyone's eyes widened. One of the dragon horse's hind hooves had stepped on the purple copper gourd, and the other had imprinted itself on the man's chest, sending him flying. Everyone was stupefied. No one could stop a vicious beast that knew martial arts. This huge scarlet horse's moves were very unconventional. It didn't transform into human form, nor did it use any divine abilities. It directly sent an expert flying with a kick, which made everyone raise their eyebrows. On the side, the master of the golden hoe also made his move. One of his arms turned into a divine sword, and it was very strange for a human to transform into a battle weapon. Dang! Longma was very fierce. It stood up on its hind legs, and one of its hooves pressed down on the brilliant sword while the other stomped towards the man's forehead. Everyone felt dizzy. When other vicious beasts displayed their might, lightning and flames would come out at the same time, creating a great commotion. Why did this strange horse flickering with scarlet multicolored light like to fight hand to hand? It was like a fight between hoodlums. The master of the golden hoe retreated as fast as a ghost, but Longma was even faster. It didn't lower its upright body, and its 2 hind legs touched the ground. It was like a divine scarlet lightning, so fast that no one could react. Everyone was completely dizzy. This horse couldn't be measured with common sense. This was the Xing word formula Longma learned from Yifan. It had fought for 10 years on the most difficult ancient path in the starry sky, and it had developed it to the acme of perfection. It didn't care about transforming into human form, and just this body alone could reach a terrifying level. Naturally, it caught up to that man in an instant, and its two front hooves slammed down together. The face of the golden swan knee's owner turned green. A pair of huge hoof prints descended on his face. It was difficult to dodge, so he had no choice but to take it head-on. With two crisp cracking sounds, both of his arms were broken. At the same time, his chest suffered a blow from the horse's hoof, caving in deeply. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. A peerless beast. What kind of horse is this? Don't tell me it's a divine beast with the blood of a celestial? Everyone was stupefied. This horse was too fierce. They came from different ancient star domains, and not many people knew that this was a Longma that was born from the other side of the starry sky. The itinerant monk from the Amitabha star area stared at Longma for a while. The scar on his face glowed. In addition, the young master in the brocade gown, who was said to be from the human king's ancient star region, also stared at Longma for a while and didn't say anything. Yifan noticed that there were a total of 8 or 9 people who revealed strange expressions. They were all experts who had dominated their own table just now. They seemed to have recognized something. The owner of the peacock attacked from behind without making a sound. He turned into a wisp of shadow, but right at this time, Longma's front hooves landed on the ground. Its hind legs fiercely kicked back, and the kacha sound made everyone's teeth ache. This person released a pained groan. His chest caved in like a dead fish falling to the ground. You dare to act violently in the city? The middle-aged Daoist nun shouted coldly. Cold light shot out from her eyes as she stared at Yifan. She shouted into the distance, summoning the soldiers. She wanted to borrow their power to kill Yifan. Everyone, please calm down. Please give this old man some face. Can we turn hostility into friendship? The master of the imperial court was anxious and came up to persuade them. No, he broke the city's rules and should be punished severely. He should be killed on the spot. Honglu raised her voice and wanted to blow things up. What a joke. It was originally a battle between mounts, but in the end, as humans, you all had to interfere. My horse had no choice but to defend itself. Yifan said. Many people could tell what was going on. They didn't think much of it at first, but why did it sound worse the more they tasted it? What are you saying? The owner of the peacock said angrily. He rubbed his fractured chest, and half of his body was covered in blood. What are you saying now? You want to reason with me? Then go talk to my horse. Yifan said. These people's faces immediately became ice-cold. Their eyes were incomparably gloomy. This was clearly a humiliation. He said that they tangled with a horse and fought with it. Wasn't this putting them in the same category as mounts? Longma raised its enormous head and said, this one was defending itself, and I already showed mercy. Otherwise, you all would have long been smashed into 8 pieces. Motherf **Ker, a horse was defending itself and almost kicked 2 people to death. This was just too good at listening. The group of people on the other side all wanted to eat it alive. This storm didn't start. Even though the middle-aged Daoist nun was sinister and sent people to report, wanting to use this to kill Yifan, it was to no avail. In the end, this storm was caused by Longma. It wasn't realistic to implicate Yifan and get rid of him. Moreover, the master of the heavenly imperial court was familiar with the 2 soldiers. After a bit of explanation and mediation, the matter was over. The middle-aged Daoist nun and the others left. They really couldn't stay any longer. That horse kept on crying out. It was defending itself, making them feel extremely embarrassed. Their faces were burning hot. Even though this ancient city towered in the starry sky and not on land, it still had day and night. It faced the cosmos and was extremely magnificent. In the evening, starlight poured down like a waterfall, scattering the setting sun. The scenery was greatly different from that of the Life Star. The training field will open tomorrow. Everyone, make your preparations. Finally, the official news was passed down. Every cultivator on the ancient path of the stars felt their hearts tremble. It was finally going to begin. Yi Fan frowned. Some people already knew about this before the official news. It seemed that no matter where it was, there would always be injustice. Before the last faint sunset, Rui Wei found him and brought him a piece of unfavorable news. That Daoist nun repeatedly went out today to persuade everyone that you are the saint killer. She wants to eliminate you in the training field. Then I can only say that she's tired of living. Yi Fan said calmly. She really managed to convince a group of cultivators. There are more than 20 of them. If that terrifying Mount Junwei were to take action, I believe that with his terrifying prestige, there will definitely be more people joining in. There are a few muddle-headed people on the ancient path of the stars. They know very well whether I'm an assassin or not. If they really take action against me, then it can only mean that they want to use this opportunity to eliminate me. This is also good. They can attract those who are hostile to me earlier and kill them all. Rui Wei revealed a worried expression. She was worried for him. Those were all people who had walked on the path of the training. They were all heroes of their regions. No matter how strong Yi Fan was, could he stop a pack of wolves devouring a tiger? This night was very peaceful. All the people from the foreign lands were meditating, adjusting their state of mind in this strange ancient city. They were all waiting for the gate of the training to open. At the break of dawn, a bugle horn sounded. It was boundless and distant, as if it came from ancient times. It sounded like the cry of the ancestors of the ancient human race. Everyone stood up and silently gathered at the plaza in the center of the city. It was a dense mass of people. On the high platform, the envoy appeared again. His figure was still blurry, and the space where he stood was distorted. It was very unreal. Only a pair of eyes were as bright as golden lamps, and could pierce the eyes of others. This is the bugle horn used by the ancestors of the human race when they first opened up the cosmos. All of you, listen carefully. This was the first time the envoy was this strict. That ancient bugle horn was still sounding. A desolate aura surged. It was as if they arrived in an incomparably vile primitive world where vicious birds and ferocious beasts ran amok. The bugle horn stopped. The envoy said, "There is only one goal for entering the training field today, and that is to obtain that world's great Tao profound mysteries. If you don't have this kind of comprehension ability, then stop here." He still didn't say much. He disappeared from the stone platform, not willing to speak a single word, not wanting to explain anything for everyone. Even if these people were dissatisfied, they couldn't complain. If they angered the city lord, they might not be able to leave this place. "I will lead you all on your way. Follow me." A heavenly wolf appeared. A male sat on it, dressed in iron clothes. He was quite heroic, and there was a bit of white at his temples. This was the commander of the city guards, an ancient saint who was only a hair away from becoming a saint king. He was one of the 3 great experts under the envoy. 20 soldiers followed behind him. Their armor was simple and unadorned, their iron clothes cold. They each held a halberd, iron dagger axe, and other weapons. These were all failures. They had previously walked very far on the ancient starry sky path and passed through who knew how many trials, but in the end, they were defeated under the hands of the unrivaled heroes of their generation. All of them were extremely serious. They were going to send everyone on their way together with the commander into the training field. A streak of lightning streaked past. The void split apart, and a special altar appeared above the plaza. It was incomparably large, and it wasn't crowded even after everyone stood on it. None of the trial takers said anything. The commander chanted an ancient syllable, actually using an incantation to activate this transportation formation. Hong! An enormous beam of light shot out, piercing through the cosmos and tearing open a wide spatial passage that led to the unknown shore. Let's go! The great commander, who was as heroic as a heavenly general, urged the heavenly wolf. He was the first to enter the spatial passage. More than 400 cultivators followed closely behind, and the last 20 soldiers held the line. This was a special ancient path. It was unknown which star domain it led to. Everyone felt that time had become chaotic. It was as if 100 years had passed in an instant, as if the ages had passed in a hurry. Occasionally, the walls of the passage would become transparent. They could see star domains being left behind one after another. They had passed through the cosmos and arrived at an extremely distant place. After an unknown amount of time, everyone was shaken. They rushed out of the passage and arrived at the ice-cold cosmos. They had reached the end. Starlight flickered, pure and holy like water. It was unknown how many light years they were away from the number one human city and how many great star domains they were separated by. Someone cried out in alarm. There was a huge island in front of them. It wasn't a celestial body, nor was it a meteorite, but rather a mysterious giant island. It was even more majestic than an ancient star. There was an aura of endless vicissitudes. It was unknown how many great calamities it had experienced. It lay here, leaving behind endless legends for later generations. This island was the place where the ancestors of the human race had once fought a bloody battle. It is unknown how many supreme experts have fallen here. Among them, there are a few. Forget it, after you all enter, it is enough as long as you experience the unchanging Great Tao. If you don't have this kind of comprehension ability, then there is no need to continue on your way. It was clear that this was an ancient island with a story. It was rumored that it originated from the mythological era. After endless vicissitudes, only fragmented legends remained. Its shape was extremely irregular, greatly different from the celestial bodies in the cosmos. It shouldn't have existed at all, yet it had never been destroyed and existed until now. A few cold gazes swept over, making one feel a chill run down their backs. Yi Fan turned around and saw the middle-aged Daoist nun, Hong Lu, Lu Feng, and the others. There were 20 to 30 people gathered together. Even further away, the 13 heavenly wasteland mounts were also watching coldly, all of them revealing killing intent. After entering the giant island, a battle was unavoidable. Chapter 1249. The mysterious ancient island narrated the vicissitudes of time. The years were like blades, engraving mottled ancient scars on its surface. Within the ice-cold cosmos, starlight scattered down. More than 430 trial takers followed the great commander of the human race's number one city to the shore of the giant island. The trial field is about to open, and the path that belongs to all of you will be unveiled. Whether or not a stunning great emperor will appear, we will wait and see in the future. The great commander said. The heavenly wolf sitting down was enormous. Its eyes flickered with cold light as it gazed at the first trial of the ancient starry sky path, Saint Fall Island. It seemed to have sensed something. Auho! An enormous roar sounded. This was a spiritual fluctuation that was tyrannical like the ocean and surging like a tide. It came from the desolate mountains on the island, and it was clear that there was an exceptional savage beast. Many people's expressions changed. There might be a holy beast on this island, and it wasn't as simple as comprehending the great Tao. If they were the slightest bit careless, they might become food for a vicious beast. Saint Fall Island was large enough. The great commander explained to everyone that the outer area was divided into 49 regions. If the central forbidden area was added, then there would be 50 regions. The great commander warned, the central forbidden area is a field of death. For most of you, the existence there is unrivaled. If you want to live longer, then do not challenge those of a higher realm. There was a mysterious barrier between the 49 regions that was difficult to break. Once one chose a region and entered, it would be difficult to cross over. Otherwise, if one broke through the barrier, they would have to bear the seal of 1,000,000 gene shackles. Everyone listened quietly. This should be a restriction set up to protect the cultivators, preventing them from killing each other. This meant that they couldn't cross over to fight. With 1,000,000 gene of shackles on your body, if you encounter an expert of the same realm, you will undoubtedly die. This type of forceful measure is quite effective. In reality, many people might not be able to bear the seal of 1,000,000 gene. Their bodies might be directly crushed, turning into broken bones and bloody paste. Of the 437 people, 3 had already died. They would separately enter from the 49 ancient paths, so there was clearly enough to distribute. There were less than 10 people in each region. Most people didn't move and chose to watch from the sidelines, fearing that a few powerful competitors would join forces and kill them. This wasn't impossible. During these past few days, a few people had formed alliances, forming a few terrifying small teams. Their strength far surpassed individual combat strength. They were all people who had walked on the ancient path of the starry sky, and all of them were the overlords of their respective regions. None of them were much worse than the others. Of course, there were some exceptions for those who came from ancient star regions. A figure flickered, and the embroidered-clothed young master moved. He came from the human king ancient star domain, and his name was Tuobayu. His cultivation was profound, and even now, no one could see through his depths. He directly rushed towards the entrance of the 5th region. At the same time, Ku Tuchuo from the ancient Amitabha star field also moved. He chanted Buddhist chants and charged into the 15th region. It was impossible for the two of them to encounter each other. Crossing one realm would result in shackles weighing 1,000,000 kilograms, crossing 2 realms would result in shackles weighing 2,000,000 kilograms, and so on and so forth. The two of them were separated by 10 zones. If they were to encounter each other, one of them would definitely suffer a great loss. The crisp sound of a bell rang out, melodious and pleasing to the ears. A woman with a graceful figure, snow-white arms, long and slender legs, soft and glossy black hair, sparkling and translucent jade-like skin, a sweet appearance, and large eyes walked out from the crowd. There were glossy bells on her wrists and ankles. They jingled, clear and pleasant to the ears, and complemented her snow-white and exquisite body. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and a smile that could topple cities. Her steps were graceful, and with a confident smile, she stepped into the entrance of the 4th region. Her figure disappeared. Everyone's hearts jumped. This peerlessly beautiful and sweet-looking young lady was right next to the embroidered-clothed young master of the human king ancient star domain, Tuobayu. Could it be that she wanted to cross realms? Her name is Yuxian, and she comes from the Yuhua ancient star domain. Her strength is unknown, and I haven't seen her fight before. Someone whispered, revealing her origins. This made Yi Fan's heart move. What relationship did the ancient Yuhua star domain have with the Yuhua god dynasty? Silently, a tall figure walked out from the crowd. He didn't look young, and crow's feet had already appeared at the corners of his eyes. His hair was grizzled. Although he wasn't young anymore, he didn't feel old at all. Instead, he looked very valiant. His steps were like dragons and tigers, and his eyes were like blades. He was as terrifying as a demonic god. His cultivation was world-shaking. A supreme great Tao spread out from under his feet, extending to the farthest 49th region. Boom! He took a step forward, and heaven and earth resonated. All Daoist trembled, and true dragons and immortal phoenixes appeared. It was as if there were 3,000 demonic gods chanting sutras, emitting a monstrous demonic might. This person was tall, and his temples were grizzled. His eyes were deep, and he had an aura of supremacy. It was as if a demon lord was on a journey. He entered the ancient path of the 49th region and casually threw out a seal to block the ancient path, not allowing others to enter. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. This demonic figure was extremely domineering, and he didn't want anyone to be in the same region as him. He cultivates a supreme demonic art, but in reality, he is only 100 years old. In this realm, he can still be considered young, but his appearance is so ancient. Clearly, he has experienced countless dangers. This person is called Oemo. I only know his name, but I don't know which star domain he came from. There's no need to think too much. He's definitely extremely terrifying. The fifth person to move out was a woman. She was as beautiful as the bright moon and as holy as a deity. She was like the reincarnation of a fairy. She couldn't be considered extremely beautiful, but she possessed an otherworldly temperament. She was extremely cold. Although there was a moon disk-like divine ring surrounding her body, she seemed to not belong to the mortal world. She kept people at a distance of 1,000 li, and no one dared to approach her. Her skin was like ice and bones were like jade. Although she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, this kind of coldness and special temperament made her the focal point of everyone's eyes. It was impossible for people to not notice her. It was as if she was the goddess of the moon in an icy palace. The moonlight was like water as it curled around her body. She entered the first region's ancient path and directly flew in. Everyone's expression changed. She actually chose the first region without any misgivings and became the focal point of everyone's attention. What does entering the first region mean? Does she have the unparalleled strength to dominate the 400 or so people? Although the ranking of the 49th region doesn't mean anything, most people will still avoid the first region. She is truly confident. Many people were shocked. There were many corpses on the great emperor's path. The struggle between unparalleled heroes was naturally cruel, but it wasn't necessary to fight for everything. This didn't mean that one could dominate the world, and knowing when to give up was also a necessity. Her name is Mu Guanghan. Rumor has it that she came from an extremely ancient star domain. However, as for where exactly, no one knows. Next, the most powerful 8 or 9 seed-level experts all entered the Saint Fall Island one after another. Every one of them took a different path, and they didn't repeat the ones before them. These people should have all become saints. The pressure in many people's hearts multiplied, especially those cultivators who were preparing to break through on the ancient path. They were even more silent. There were some ancient secrets passed down in their star domain, and it was said that breaking through on the ancient path and increasing one's strength would bring great benefits in the future. As a result, many people suppressed their strength and came. They currently didn't have an advantage. People chose their entrances one after another. Almost no one followed the path chosen by the 10 or so people in front. They didn't want to clash with them too early. After all, the trial this time was to comprehend the Great Path, not to fight for supremacy. Compared to the desolate areas of Tuobayu in the Human King Ancient Star Domain, Ku Tuchuo in the Umatba Ancient Star Domain, Yuxian in the Feather Transformation Ancient Star Domain, Oyemo, Muguanghan, and the others, Yifan's area was completely different. He was also eye-catching because as soon as he appeared, there were 20 or 30 people following him. The area he stood in was the most lively. I advise you not to enter. Otherwise, something unpleasant might happen. Blue Maple, whose blue robes fluttered in the wind and had an extraordinary aura, said plainly. The middle-aged Daoist nun also smiled coldly. She stood in the cold universe with a horsetail whisk in her hand. Her pretty face was filled with endless killing intent. Some people are arrogant and despotic. They won't listen to your advice. Perhaps only a bloody scene can make them realize what reality is. Hong Lu, who was wearing a fiery red battle suit, mocked. There were a total of 23 people in their group. All of them were experts who had stepped onto the ancient path of the stars. They were all heroes of their regions and looked down on their respective star domains. With such strength gathered together, it was natural for people to be fearful and change their expressions. Every one of them wore a cold smile. They were all heroes who couldn't be provoked. It was obvious that they wanted to kill Yi Fan together. A cold chill and merciless killing intent filled the air. The 23 of them stood side by side like a group of killing gods descending to the mortal world, causing the expressions of many cultivators to change. Yi Fan indifferently moved forward. He first stopped at the entrance of the 33rd area and then went to the entrance of the 36th area. The Daoists had different sayings. There were 33 layers of heaven and 36 layers of heaven. He looked around for a long time and finally chose the 36th area. You really dare to enter the trial field? The middle-aged Taoist nun smiled coldly. No matter which area you choose, the result will be the same. Choose a better grave. Another person mocked. The faces of the remaining 200 to 300 cultivators froze as they turned their gazes over. With the 23 of them working together, they were definitely a formidable force. They could even kill ancient sages with ease. This was clearly a humiliation. With so many people working together to suppress Yi Fan's people, how could they still fight? It could be said that this was a situation of certain death. What, are you hesitating? If I were you, I would immediately turn around and leave. I would withdraw from the trial of the strongest and never come back, Lu Maple said indifferently. It's impossible to leave. If you want to live, then cut off your dignity and give us a reason to forgive you. Hong Lu sneered. If you want to die, then all of you can come with me. Yi Fan only said these words. He didn't even look at them and directly walked into the 36th area. When these words were spoken, many cultivators revealed shocked expressions. He would rather break than bend. Was he really going to fight 20 people alone? This was definitely the first shocking slaughter and bloody battle in the trial field. Regardless of whether he won or lost, this cultivator named Yi Fan was destined to be remembered by everyone. Great Commander, aren't these people a bit too much? More than 20 people attacking a single person. His chances of survival are extremely slim. It's a bit unfair, a soldier said. He had experienced these trials and deeply understood the cruelty of these trials. They were all walking on the path of the strongest, so who would be much weaker than the other? We won't interfere. The great commander riding on the heavenly wolf said with a cold expression. Yi Fan walked into the 36th area and stopped after taking a dozen or so steps. He stood on a bluestone with his back facing everyone like a demonic god. Wu, do you want to go back on your word? Unfortunately, you can't leave and can only die here. A person who was in a hurry laughed coldly. Shut up. The golden blood energy around Yi Fan's body overflowed into the heavens. He suddenly turned around and punched out. With a loud explosion, blood splattered everywhere and bone fragments flew in all directions. A bloody mist rose into the sky. A golden fist became the only thing between heaven and earth. In an instant, it killed the person who had just spoken, killing him on the spot. Chapter 1250. One punch. With just one punch, Yi Fan blew up the one who spoke rudely. Bloody mist scattered, and this person was torn to pieces, shattering into pieces within the mountain region. He impatiently rushed in first, but as soon as he provoked, he was smashed into pieces by Yi Fan's golden fist. Even in death, he couldn't believe it. That kind of fear accompanied him until the end of his life. In the final moment, he was filled with regret. Unfortunately, time couldn't be rewound. His life imprint completely dimmed and disappeared. Blood dyed the weeds red, and bone fragments fell between the withered leaves. The bloody scene was shocking. Yi Fan didn't pay it any attention. He turned around and stared at the distant mountain ridge. As soon as he entered, he sensed a dangerous aura, as if there was a powerful creature spying on him in the dark. With a hurried glance, he only saw a pair of green eyes moving into the distance. That was why he stood on the bluestone with his back facing the entrance without moving. He was watching a terrifying creature from afar. The horse's hooves shook the sky. Longma's entire body surged with scarlet flames. He turned into a streak of divine lightning and rushed back. He revealed a serious expression and said, "There really was a monster." With a flash of green light, it traveled 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. I didn't chase after it. Yi Fan thought about it, and then he walked towards the depths of St. Fall Island. It was impossible for everything to go smoothly after entering this mysterious ancient island. It wouldn't be strange if something strange happened. This was an island filled with a desolate aura. It was even larger than a continent and floated in the ice-cold cosmos, eternal and inextinguishable. Even an ancient life star wouldn't necessarily have such a vast area. Even though it was divided into 50 regions, each region was still vast enough. Majestic ancient peaks and tall mountain ridges were like demons standing between heaven and earth. They lay in front of him, and towering old trees took root in the earth layer, exuberant with vitality. Many ancient vines intertwined, and every one of them was as thick as a water tank. It was unknown how many years they had been growing for. They were like dragons coiling around the giant mountains and hanging down from the tens of thousands of zhang tall cliffs. The wild ape roared. It was clearly a desolate ancient species. Its entire body was scarlet red like blood, its hair several feet long, and it was several dozen zhang tall. It leapt from an enormous mountain top to another majestic ancient mountain, its roar splitting the heavens. This was a barbaric world that preserved the most primitive style. There were many ancient medicines here, and it wasn't strange for them to be several thousand years old. There were even some that had lived for tens of thousands of years. The cries of apes and roars of tigers resounded in the mountain range. It was a scene from prehistoric times. As Yi Fan left, a commotion broke out behind him. The people behind him entered and immediately discovered the bloody mist and shattered bones. Their expressions all changed. This was a strange ancient path. Before entering, it was impossible to see the scene at the other end. No one saw the scene of Yi Fan smashing this person to pieces with his fist. He's really vicious and merciless. He didn't hesitate at all and killed without hesitation. He killed a fellow cultivator in such a short period of time. His combat strength cannot be underestimated. Everyone, you must be careful. The middle-aged Daoist nun walked in with a gloomy face. She warned everyone that in order to avoid being ambushed by Yi Fan, they had to stick together. Hong Lu nodded and said, "That's right. This person is sinister and ruthless. He will definitely kill us, so we must be careful. However, with so many people walking together, he will still die no matter how powerful he is." In reality, Yi Fan didn't pay any attention to everything behind him. He didn't have any plans to ambush them and directly entered the depths of the trial grounds. His mind was clear as he comprehended the great Tao of this place. Outside of St. Fall Island, within the dark cosmos, a group of cultivators were all moved. More than 20 experts had entered, and no one believed that Yi Fan could safely pass this trial. In the distance, the 12th of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland was about to urge his mount to follow, but he was stopped by the second in command on the Azure Dragon. "So many people have entered. What's the point of joining in the fun? We can calmly wait for the bloody result. No matter which side wins, it won't be bad." The leader, who was sitting on top of the Holy Wolf, nodded indifferently. His upper body was bare, and his wheat-colored body was as sturdy as bronze. A group of people carried powerful killing intent as they directly charged into the 42nd region. No one was willing to provoke them. They were too powerful, and their battle intent overflowed into the heavens like a tsunami beating against the shore. "Mount Junwei Lord, which region are we going to?" Someone in front of St. Fall Island asked. Mount Junwei Lord was a powerful seed, but he didn't choose first. He waited until everyone had entered, and only 4 people were left by his side. "Let's wait a bit longer." He was born with a pair of purple eyes and wore a Qilin robe. On his head was a purple gold crown, and he was extremely heroic. He had the aura of the ancient great sage. In the 36th region, a wolf eagle soared through the sky. Its wings were over 100 zhang long. It had the head of an azure wolf and the body of an eagle. Then, it quickly swooped down into a valley and grabbed a mammoth that was over 10 meters long. It tore through the sky, and blood rained down. It swallowed it in a few bites. Blood dripped everywhere. This was a prehistoric scene where the strong preyed on the weak. Yi Fan didn't ride on Longma, but instead walked to measure this great earth. He moved along St. Fall Island, seizing the Tao traces that had existed since the ancient times. An expanse of parasol trees surrounded by raging flames stood in front of him. They took root within the volcanoes, green flames jumping about. It was quite different from what he normally saw. This is the ancient parasol tree where the phoenix bird descendant resides. Who would have thought that there would be such a large expanse here? There shouldn't be a sacred bird here, right? Longma gazed into the distance. Volcanoes appeared one after another, connecting into an expanse. Flames surged, but those giant green trees were flourishing, not withering away. Their leaves were brilliant, producing irregular scenes. Hong! A terrifying aura assaulted everyone's faces, and a majestic holy might rushed out from the ancient parasol forest. Green flames soared into the sky, and a giant green bird stood on top of an old parasol tree that was several thousand zhang tall. Its green eyes were terrifying to the soul. So it was that one. Longma cried out. When they entered St. Fall Island, they had previously discovered that they were being spied on. It was precisely this green one, a descendant of the phoenix bird, a powerful ancient saint. Another phoenix cry sounded, shaking the ancient land, tearing apart the heavens. Not far away, on an even taller ancient tree, another green one carried hostility as it stared at them. On that ancient branch, there was an ancient nest with green flames jumping about, the aura of life spreading from within. Four little green ones that were full of spiritual essence were currently peeking outwards, their eyes blinking, appearing intelligent and cute. The two ancient sacred level green one gave birth to four little creatures, protecting this place. They were extremely nervous, sensing the terrifying blood energy within Yi Fan's body that was like a sea. I bear no malice, nor do I wish to disturb you all. Yi Fan spoke, bringing Longma with him as they moved past, not breaking the peace of this place. In the end, he chose an enormous mountain, not a single blade of grass growing on the mountaintop, only a piece of limestone. This was originally a 9-aperture stone being, but it was pierced through by a sword, not allowed to grow and emerge into the world. This sword, at the very least, it was done by the great sage. Yi Fan released a light sigh. The sword scar was extremely ancient, existing for at least 1,000,000 years. However, there was still cold killing intent seeping out, not scattering this entire time. In the end, Yi Fan sat on the mountaintop, comprehending a type of unchanging Tao between heaven and earth, starting this time's trial. Longma also stood on the side, gazing into the boundless great earth, drawing upon the natural order of heaven and earth to carry out cultivation. You really are unflustered. Your life is already in danger, yet you are still sitting here, wishing to complete the trial? Keep dreaming. A cold voice sounded. 22 people appeared on the enormous mountain on the other side. That mountain towered into the clouds, extremely majestic. There was a boundless white waterfall that poured down, the scene extraordinary. Yi Fan opened his eyes, and like two streaks of lightning, he didn't pay them any attention, closing his eyes again. The ancient medicine fragrance wafted through the cracks of the cliff, making his body and mind become tranquil. Everyone, do you all see? How arrogant and conceited is he? Does he really think he is an unmatched expert? How laughable. Oh, I really don't like him. Has everyone decided how to kill him? 22 people surrounded this place, flying towards different mountain peaks. All of them were suffused with killing intent, and their eyes were cold, ready to attack at any time. I have no enmity with you all, yet you are forcing me like this. It's hard to even say I will forgive you all. Yi Fan stood up. The middle-aged nun's eyes were malicious. You slaughtered my mount, yet you say there is no enmity? There is no way to be friendly today. Kill your own mount first, and I might give you a dignified death. Give him a dignified death? Definitely not. The girl in red shook her head and sneered. Her waist was as slender as a willow, soft and boneless. Her name was Hong Lu, just like her name, and she sneered. With so many people here, wouldn't it be too easy to kill him directly? I was just saying. How could I kill him with one sword? The middle-aged nun smiled cruelly. The group of people pressed forward. All types of flowing light could be faintly seen, and a few powerful divine artifacts were reviving. They came from different ancient star regions, and their names shook their respective starry skies. They naturally all had world-shaking secret weapons. The heavenly demonic umbrella that covered the sky dome, the war god whip that was several li long, the mountainous heaven-overturning imprint, the enormous blood-colored sword that tore apart the heavens, they were all dazzling and full of killing intent. It had to be said that this was a group of terrifying cultivators that could kill several saints. When they worked together, it was difficult to stop them. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and admit that you are a killing saint, beg for our forgiveness, and then sever your own cultivation. Then, we can let you leave with your life. Don't ever vainly think about treading the ancient path of the most powerful. Lan Feng calmly said. His blue clothes fluttered about, making him seem otherworldly, releasing a bit of immortal energy. The middle-aged nun laughed, continuously nodding her head in a cruel manner. Have you all finished saying your last words? Yi Fan calmly asked. Everyone's expressions became sluggish. Even after such humiliation, the other party's heart was still like still water, making their hearts go cold. They weren't able to disturb the other party's state of mind, but instead made them feel a bit uneasy. Dragon Ancestor has already endured you all for a long time. All of you can just roll over and accept your heads. Longma roared angrily. Yi Fan stood on the mountain peak, not hiding anything at all. He released his powerful battle intent, immediately surging like a great sea, sweeping through the boundless great earth. His black hair fell down like a waterfall, eyes like cold lightning. Even though he was standing there alone, there was a type of aura that devoured 10,000 li, divine appearance unmatched, overlooking the world. Kill. These people sensed that things weren't good, taking action together. The heavenly demonic umbrella covered the sky, heaven overturning imprint smashed into the great earth, all types of holy artifacts flew about, terrifying to the heavens. The most terrifying thing was that there were a few forbidden artifacts that exploded, definitely enough to destroy several ancient saints. These were vicious great killing weapons. In that instant, everything within a range of 1,000 li was flattened, the great earth sinking several thousand zhang. Not a single blade of grass grew in this region, all of the mountain ranges disappearing. This was a saint-tier forbidden weapon that was specially made to kill ancient saints. These people had brought it with them to the starry sky ancient path to deal with supreme experts. Now that they had taken it out at the first moment, it was clear how determined they were to kill Yi Fan. If it was anyone else, even if it was an ancient saint that had cultivated for many years, they would undoubtedly die, because they couldn't avoid it. Who could be faster than the radiance of a holy artifact's explosion? Yi Fan was an anomaly. He was faster than the holy artifact's fragments, and not even the holy light could hit him. He cultivated the rose symbol art to perfection, and in that short instant, time seemed to have frozen. He brought Longma with him, and with a flash, he arrived 1,000 li away. He stood quietly on a mountain peak, watching everything coldly. These people were extremely ruthless. A total of 5 holy-grade forbidden artifacts exploded, and killing any ancient prince wouldn't be a problem. Those who could contend for supremacy on the emperor's path could only nurse a grievance if they were hit. If not for the exceptional great formation laid down on St. Fall Island, the shockwaves would definitely be even greater, completely penetrating the island and splitting it into pieces. He actually didn't die, he's over there. Everyone turned around, and when they saw Yi Fan, their hearts immediately sank, and a wave of fear emerged. Longma shouted angrily, "Bastards, all of you are going to die. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? 10 years of bloody battles, 10 years of conquest, if it wasn't because I wanted to obtain enough benefits on the path of the strongest, I would have long become a saint." It turned into a streak of scarlet light and rushed over. To be able to walk this path, who is ordinary? You aren't the only one who is an anomaly. The middle-aged Daoist nun said coldly. Everyone, work together and kill them. The blue-clothed male shouted coldly. Hong. Yi Fan moved later, but arrived first. He was even faster than Longma. He turned into a golden divine will, and with heaven overflowing blood energy, he smashed over. His attack was simple and direct. A golden fist with vast and mighty divine might swept out for 3,000 li hurricanes engulfed the earth, and the great mountains within 1,000 li were all sent flying. Pooh! The body of the person at the very front split open, and then it collapsed. Even his magical treasure exploded into a bloody mist, penetrated by that golden fist. Hong Long. When Yi Fan raised his hand, the sound of mountains collapsing and seas roaring could be heard. Golden blood energy overflowed into the heavens. He was like a war god, matchless and matchless. He continuously brandished 6 fists. This was the true meaning of the 6 Tao reincarnations. In that instant, another 6 people exploded. Bloody mists pervaded the air. Even the 2 terrifying holy artifacts were shattered. Holy light surged, terrifying beyond compare. Is he still human? He, bare-handedly destroyed the holy artifacts. Some people were alarmed, and even their souls were trembling. Leave a few for me. Longma shouted loudly. Go and kill all of their mounts. Don't let a single one escape. Yi Fan said. Wang. Hong Lu's sky-flipping imprint descended. This was an outstanding and well-known magical treasure. Even though it wasn't the precious imprint of the past quasi-emperor level figure, it could still shatter the sun and moon. However, Yi Fan's battle intent overflowed into the heavens. Golden light shone brilliantly from his entire body, covering the sun, moon, and rivers of stars. He was like a deity that descended into this world. A palm slapped towards the sky, sending the sky-flipping imprint flying. Streak after streak of cracks appeared on its surface. Who exactly did we provoke? Hong Lu's heart trembled. This was the first time she regretted her decision. This person was too terrifying. Pooh! Yi Fan's palm streaked past. The lower half of Hong Lu's body immediately turned into a bloody mist, completely shattering. She screamed miserably as the upper half of her body flew out. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was full of fear. However, the golden battle intent overflowed into the heavens. That shockwave cleanly melted everything below her neck into a bloody paste. Only her head flew out diagonally. Save me! She was so scared that her soul was about to leave her body. All of the middle-aged Daoist nun's fine hairs stood on end. She caught that head in her hands. Her face was pale. This was simply a death god. She provoked a devil king that she shouldn't have provoked. Yi Fan slaughtered in all directions. His golden battle intent surged, and his aura swallowed 10,000 li. He opened his mouth and released a clear roar. The swastika word vibrated outwards. Several experts in front of him collapsed one after another. Bloody mist scattered, and the mountain peaks 1,000 li out were all turned into dust. Chapter 1251. Mountains and rivers collapsed with a single roar. The mountains and valleys were all turned into dust, destroyed like paper. How were they supposed to fight like this? Yi Fan was like a demonic lord that crossed realms, roaring through several experts until they exploded. Blood flowed everywhere, a ghastly sight. His hair flew about chaotically, golden battle intent overflowing into the heavens. He towered in the heavens, unmatched. Demonic god. These people cried out inwardly. Their legs were trembling, and their faces were snow-white. They felt a wave of powerlessness, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. They had never felt such fear before. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards, and bloody bone fragments flew out. Yi Fan's black hair fell down like a waterfall. His eyes released cold lightning, and his golden fist blasted another person into a bloody mist. He was powerful and intimidating. Just a single fist was enough to blast a cultivator who entered the training field into pieces, wiping out both body and spirit. The slaughter continued. Yi Fan was like a human-shaped barbaric dragon that charged into a pack of wolves. With a raise of his hand, there would always be people killed. A rain of blood scattered down, and crushed bones flew everywhere. It was as if the gates of hell were opened. Ah, these people trembled in fear. They cried out in alarm, and all of them fled in defeat. Now, everyone could tell that this was a supreme demonic god. Making him their enemy would only result in death. Where do you think you are going? Yi Fan released a light shout. Since he chose to take action, then he had to be decisive. He wouldn't be soft-hearted. This was the cruel law of entering the training field. Spare me, this one knows his wrongs. I shouldn't have surrounded Dao brother. A scholar was caught up to. His face was pale as he begged for forgiveness, almost kneeling there. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless. His golden finger pointed out, and then a streak of blood flew out from his forehead. His expression of alarm froze, and then he fell straight into a pool of blood. Hong! The heavenly demonic umbrella descended, covering the sky and covering the sun. Endless strands of divine chains descended, interweaving in the sky. It was as if they were cast from divine iron, resplendent and dazzling as they suppressed Yi Fan. This was a powerful sect's holy artifact. It tore apart the endless blue skies, and it was as if a sea of stars was surging. It descended to destroy all things. He's being suppressed. Everyone, quickly kill him. The middle-aged Daoist nun shouted. Her expression was sinister. The heavenly demon umbrella was pitch black like ink, and there were tens of thousands of divine chains of order that penetrated every inch of the void. It was as if they were imprisoning Yi Fan on the spot. This weapon belonged to the blue-clothed male. He hid in the distance, and after activating this weapon, he continuously chanted an ancient incantation to completely revive it. Many people's expressions changed, activating all types of magical artifacts to hack forward. It was because they knew that there was no way for them to be friendly. Even if they begged for mercy, they would still be killed. Activate the forbidden weapon and kill him. The head in the middle-aged Daoist nun's hand cried out. It was precisely Hong Lu. Her body was destroyed, and she hated Yi Fan to the extreme. Everyone, we have no way out. We can only slaughter him, or we'll all die. The middle-aged Daoist nun's expression was ferocious. She opened her mouth and spat out a small blood-red bell. She spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence and tossed it out. Dang! The death knell shocked the world, shattering the great earth and annihilating the heavens. It quickly enlarged, the blood-colored bell turning all things into ashes. It was truly a death knell. It descended together with the heavenly demon umbrella, trapping Yi Fan within, wishing to refine him into a pool of blood. Blood energy was hazy, and ghosts wept and deities howled. It really is effective. Kill him. Everyone, we cannot cower back. This is the moment to kill this fiend. When the others saw this, they all cried out cruelly, their morale greatly boosted. Yi Fan frowned. This heavenly demon umbrella was a bit special. Apart from being a terrifying holy artifact, it also contained a strand of a powerful existence's soul. That was the head of a heavenly demon. It floated in the void, taller than a mountain peak. It was precisely this thing that posed a certain amount of threat to him, restricting this heaven and earth. Kill, we have to kill him. Even Hong Lu, who only had a head left, let out a shrill cry. She used the last of her divine force to summon the sky-flipping imprint that had cracks on it. It turned into a mountain and pressed down on Yi Fan. The magical artifacts were dazzling, all of them moving between heaven and earth. Auspicious energy was hazy, and murderous energy tore through the 9 heavens. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Lu Maple's lips. He joined hands with a few others, silently activating the forbidden artifact. They quickly rushed to the center of the battlefield, decisively making the holy artifact explode. Hong! This was a murderous calamity. All types of light covered the sun, all of them rushing over, leaving this place full of holes. It was ruined beyond recognition. Is he dead? Someone said with a trembling voice. In the distance, demonic might overflowed into the heavens. A large black umbrella over 10,000 zhang in height was actually seized by Yi Fan, and then he moved several hundred li through the air. Just now, the forbidden artifact's destructive light still couldn't hit him, only destroying an ancient land. Who is this? He single-handedly seized a fully revived holy artifact? There were a few people who were horrified to the point where their scalps went numb. He doesn't seem to have broken free from the restriction, and is still within the heavenly demon umbrella's range. Lu Maple's face was overcast as he said, "This is a heavenly demon void image sealed by a senior ancestor, forming a heavenly demon domain that temporarily restricted him. Everyone, quickly take action, kill him until his body and soul are completely wiped out. Kill." Everyone took action again. The middle-aged Daoist nun continuously spat out several mouthfuls of essence blood, activating the blood-colored death knell, shaking the rivers and mountains as it descended with holy might. The others also did the same, activating all types of secret treasures without any regard for the price. Flowing lights and overflowing colors submerged that area. Wang! Behind Yi Fan, 5 precious swords appeared. This was the divine secret technique he obtained from the everlasting star domain. 5-colored divine radiance rushed into the heavens, brandishing about as it hacked towards the heavenly demon umbrella. It was as if there were 100,000 heavenly swords crying out at the same time, releasing clanging sounds. Even though the heavenly demon umbrella was an extremely strange divine artifact, it was hacked until cracks continuously appeared. Hong! The heavenly demon's head rushed up, opening its mouth and releasing a deafening roar, wanting to swallow Yi Fan up. However, within the blinding light, Yi Fan's 6-Dao reincarnation fist directly blasted him into pieces. Black-colored demonic blood dripped down, and then it turned into a cloud of smoke. What? Even the heavenly demon's void image was killed by him. The blue-clothed male's expression changed, turning around to flee. Dang! Yi Fan's fist struck the blood-colored bell, and cracks covered it densely. He then brandished his divine fist again, and after 9 strikes, the divine artifact and the sky-flipping imprint exploded together with it. The blood-colored fragments of the bell and the sky-flipping imprint flew in all directions. Miserable cries rang out one after another, and from time to time, there would be people who would be struck, their bones broken and muscles torn. Yi Fan was like a deity descending into the mortal world, sweeping through everything before him. He continuously took action, smashing several weapons into pieces, splitting mountains and splitting seas with boundless magical power. At this point, the battle was completely one-sided, and there was no longer any suspense. The middle-aged Daoist nun and the others were like stray dogs, fleeing for their lives. Some people didn't even care about their mounts, fleeing on their own. Longma slaughtered from behind, turning into a fiery cloud as he unleashed a great slaughter, becoming a king among beasts. Dao friend, we can sit down and have a chat, let's stop for now. Some people pleaded, scared to the point where their souls were about to leave their bodies. It was because they discovered that Yi Fan's speed was too fast, cutting off their path forward. Split up and escape. The middle-aged Daoist nun said through clenched teeth. Ah! Miserable cries rang out, and bloody light splashed in all directions. One of the people who had just left the group was directly beaten into a bloody paste by Yi Fan, dying on the spot. Only by staying together can we make him feel a bit of restraining fear. We can't split up, we have to withdraw from this training ground together. They lost confidence in their hearts. They didn't want to step onto the ancient training path of experts at all. As long as they could continue living, that was better than anything else. Yi Fan slowed down his speed, not too fast nor too slow. He killed them one after another, and now, there were less than 5 or 6 people left. There were a total of 23 experts, and when they worked together, they could kill ancient saints even without using forbidden artifacts. However, they were still beaten into such a miserable state by Yi Fan's people. Pooh! The blue-clothed male's eyes were sinister. He took out a small puppet that was half a foot long and spat out several dozen mouthfuls of essence blood. All of it sprinkled onto the puppet, appearing incomparably sinister. Blue Maple seemed to have lost most of his life, becoming extremely weak. It was clear that he had paid a painful price. He dipped his blood into the puppet's forehead and wrote the 2 words, Yi Fan. Then, he picked up a palm-sized small sword and fiercely hacked towards the puppet's forehead. At this moment, all of the fine hairs on Yi Fan's body stood on end. His forehead was in pain, as if a peerless weapon was about to stab into his skull. This was too sudden. Yi Fan's mind was shaken. At this moment, the treasures of the human body he had excavated during his 10 years of conquest were all opened up according to a type of instinct. Stars within the blood, divinity within the bones, Tao birth with a single thought, all of these things appeared. His forehead was shining, accompanied by a type of Tao chant. The void was cleaved open, and a type of indescribable danger was completely wiped out. Pooh! The blue-clothed male spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The puppet in his hand was turned to ashes, and the palm-sized small sword was even more so broken. His vitality was greatly injured. The middle-aged Daoist nun carried Hong Lu's head. Together with Blue Maple and the others, they were like stray dogs as they fled in fear. Their hair was disheveled and their bodies were covered in blood. I'm going to stake it all against you. She truly couldn't run anymore. The middle-aged Daoist nun's face was ashen. She activated her horsetail whisk, turning it into a heavenly river as it whipped forward. Yi Fan's expression was indifferent. His strength was powerful to the extreme. A palm slashed out, shattering the river of stars. Half of the middle-aged Daoist nun's body was blasted apart. She screamed shrilly and ran for her life again. Ah, bring me along. Hong Lu cried out in fear. Only her head was left, and its essence energy had dried up. It was tossed onto the ground by the middle-aged Daoist nun. She only had her head left, and she wanted to escape on her own. However, her speed was too slow. Pang! Yi Fan took a step forward and kicked outwards. The head was smashed into pieces, and a primordial spirit rushed out. It cried out in fear, "Don't kill me. As long as you leave me alive, I'll do anything." Pooh! Yi Fan's foot stomped down, and this primordial spirit instantly turned into ashes. It turned into soil beneath his foot, and it died cleanly. The 4 people in front of him were scared witless. They had never felt as much despair as they did today. In the past, they could move unhindered through a region, but now, they were being chased around like dogs to the point where there was no way out. We had eyes but failed to recognize the great emperor. You are a great and magnanimous person. Please don't lower yourself to our level and spare our lives. One of them collapsed and continuously begged for mercy. Stop. As long as you let us live, everything can be discussed. Lu Maple was also on the verge of collapse. His face was pale as he cried out. Didn't you say that I should kneel down and say that I am the killing saint? Then, I would sever my own cultivation and beg for your forgiveness. Yi Fan's voice was cold. His finger was like a sword as it pressed forward. Ah! Lu Maple cried out miserably. His body broke apart inch by inch, turning into broken bones and a bloody mist. In the end, it extended to his head. His primordial spirit quickly rushed out from the top of his head, and his body turned into a pile of mush. Xiao! A ray of sword light flew out from the tip of Yi Fan's finger, nailing the little person formed from the primordial spirit to death in the air. He was thoroughly dead. Yi Fan was like an immortal divine furnace. He emitted a torrential golden divine splendor. His entire person towered between heaven and earth, and he was even more terrifying than a god. The middle-aged Daoist nun and the other two were so frightened that their bodies spasmed. At this moment, what dignity! What the strongest trial! Everything had become nothingness. Yi Fan's finger was like a sword. His divine might was vast and mighty, and he was about to end the three's lives. Suddenly, 5 figures descended and blocked his path. Mountain Lord Jun had appeared. Fellow Daoist, please show mercy. Can you be magnanimous and let them live? He asked seriously. No. Yi Fan shook his head and decisively refused. Do you think that you are very strong? You even dare to refuse Mountain Lord Jun? Someone beside him said coldly. Yi Fan glanced at him coldly and ignored him. His finger was like a sword as he pointed at the middle-aged Daoist nun and the others in front of him. Chapter 1252. The middle-aged Daoist nun was trembling. Seeing Yi Fan raise his finger, she almost screamed out loud. The other two were even more convulsing as a layer of cold sweat appeared on their bodies. Even with the profound Junwei Mountain Lord blocking in front of them, they were still terrified and their blood ran cold. The hellish experience was still fresh in their minds, causing them to feel fear both physically and mentally. Daoist brother, you scared them badly. Such pitiful people, what harm is there in letting them live? Junwei Mountain Lord said. You see how pitiful they are now, but did you see their vicious faces not long ago? They were vicious and merciless, vowing not to rest until I was eliminated. I was only defending myself and retaliating, Yi Fan said. We were wrong, Great Emperor Yi, please spare our lives. One of the 3 men broke down and shouted loudly. Tears and snot flowed down his face. He no longer looked like an expert. Great Emperor? He has just stepped into the training field and you guys already think he can walk on the Emperor's road? What a joke. A person beside Junwei Mountain Lord sneered. Junwei Mountain Lord, save us. Another person hurriedly asked for help as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. Daoist brother, I owe you a favor. How about you forgive them this once? Junwei Mountain Lord said while looking at Yi Fan. His figure was slender and strong. He wore a purple crown on his head and a Qilin robe. He had a pair of purple eyes and his hair was like a waterfall. He could be considered heroic as if a heavenly king had descended. Purple light flowed within his eyes as he opened and closed them. His body possessed the aura of an ancient emperor and was extremely extraordinary. Every movement he made was in harmony with the mysteries of heaven and earth. Even when he stood there casually, his image was dignified and carried an unquestionable aura that intimidated everyone. This was definitely an expert. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful and terrifying character that few could compare to. There was a special emperor's aura about him. No. Yi Fan was very resolute and only used 2 words to refuse. The middle-aged Daoist nun was forcing him like this and inciting the heroes to surround and kill him. How could he let her go? There must be a limit to benevolence and not everyone. Letting a sinister person go was the same as cutting himself with a knife. You really don't know when to back off. Mount Junwei advised you with kind words, but you didn't appreciate it. Do you really think you're invincible under the heavens? The person who spoke earlier coldly spoke again. I'm killing my enemy. What does that have to do with you? You're trying to stop me, yet you still want me to be grateful? What a joke. Yifan ignored him and looked straight at Mount Junwei. Sigh, fellow Daoist, there's no need to bicker with him. It's just that I have some dealings with that female Daoist. That's why I can't bear to see her lose her life, Mount Junwei said. He still wanted to save her life. If that's the case, then I've interacted with her even more. Now that I've been besieged by her, I definitely can't let her go like this. Yifan said. Behind them, the faces of the middle-aged Daoist nun and the other two were completely pale, without the slightest trace of blood. Their lives were at the mercy of the two people in front of them, and they were all extremely nervous. Dao brother, are you really not willing to let them go? Mount Junwei Mountain Lord asked with a solemn expression. There's no room for discussion. Yifan said solemnly. Mount Junwei Mountain Lord spoke kindly to you, yet you repeatedly refused. You don't know what's good for you. One of the four people beside Mount Junwei Mountain Lord spoke with an ice-cold tone. Are these your servants or your servants? Please tell them to behave themselves. Yifan said to Mount Junwei Mountain Lord. These are my fellow Daoists. They're not my servants. Mount Junwei Mountain Lord showed a displeased expression. How dare you? Do you think you have boundless divine valor? In front of Mount Junwei Mountain Lord, you're nothing. One of them reprimanded and stepped forward aggressively. Yifan's face darkened. If you bark at me again, I'll kill you. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. The atmosphere became incomparably tense. The faces of the four people beside Mount Junwei Mountain Lord changed, and they were about to rebuke him. Mount Junwei Mountain Lord, he has a speed that surpasses that of a saint. I suspect that he has a forbidden secret technique that can evolve into the number one immortal speed in the universe. It might be of great use to you. The middle-aged nun shouted. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes as she stared at Yifan. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. Can you see that, Mount Junwei Mountain Lord? Even now, she still wants to borrow your power to eliminate me, Yifan said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he left behind an afterimage as he broke through Mount Junwei Mountain Lord's defense to kill the three people. Behind him, the four people who came with Mount Junwei Mountain Lord sneered. They took action together, summoning a palace and sucking the three people inside. The sparkling and translucent palace shrunk to the size of a fist and fell into the palm of one of them. It was sparkling and sparkling, flowing with holy splendor. We have given you enough face, but you don't know when to back off. Don't make a mistake. One of them warned solemnly. Is this your decision? Yifan asked Mount Junwei Mountain Lord coldly. I really want to save them, Mount Junwei Mountain Lord said. It was only a few words, but they expressed his attitude. His murderous aura pervaded the air. Then I have no choice but to start a massacre. No matter who it is, if they stand in my way, I will kill them all. Yifan said in a deep voice. Impudent. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to Mount Junwei Mountain Lord like that? If you don't give us a reason, we will kill you immediately. One of them shouted. Don't compare us with those from the small worlds or the dried heaven regions. We come from the real ancient star region. We won't tolerate your impudence. Yifan's expression turned cold. They had obviously come here with a premeditated plan. They wanted to find a reason to attack. Otherwise, why would they be so overbearing? I said, if you bark like a dog again, I will kill you all. Yifan said coldly. Several cold snorts came out. The four of them stood in different directions and formed the four symbols ancient sacred formation to suppress him. Fellow cultivator, if you don't let go, then I have no choice but to offend you. I just want to save a life. Why are you so cold-blooded? At this time, Mount Junwei Mountain Lord said with a hint of coldness. Yi Fan knew that these people couldn't have just entered the trial field. Since they didn't save Lu Feng, Hong Lu, and the others, helping the middle-aged nun was just a pretense. It wasn't their real intention. Hypocrites. Yi Fan sneered. You don't know how to make a choice. You don't listen to my kind advice. Do you want to beat me until you are convinced? Forcing us to take action, one of them reprimanded. Pow! At this moment, Yi Fan moved. His speed was extremely fast. He turned into a ray of lightning and appeared beside that person. He slapped out with his palm. Golden light flowed and a crisp sound was heard. Yi Fan's speed was too shocking. The four symbols' ancient sacred formation had a flaw and couldn't stop him. He slapped out and sent that person flying. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. Half of that person's face was sent flying. He was dripping with blood and his chin was missing. He slammed into a stone wall in the distance and created a loud rumble. Dust flew everywhere. Hundreds of ancient trees were broken. A human-shaped hole appeared on the stone mountain. The scene immediately quieted down. After a long while, that person crawled out in hatred. He was missing his lower jaw. His entire face was distorted and dripping with blood. It was incomparably frightening. His throat let out a beast-like roar. Courting death. Yi Fan said calmly. Although he didn't take this person's life, such a slap was not much better than killing him. The others all paled. They never thought that Yi Fan would be so terrifying. He was much stronger than they had expected. Brother Yi, you are forcing me to fight with you. Mountain Lord Jun's face sank. I am killing an enemy and you come to stop me. You want me to appreciate your kindness? If I don't retreat, then I will force you to take action. What a strong reasoning. Yi Fan's body was suffused with killing intent. He walked forward step by step and faced these people. I will kill whoever blocks me. This was an invincible domineering aura. His words were sonorous and intimidating. He wasn't joking at all. He walked straight towards a person. That person was holding a fist-sized palace in his hand. It was sparkling and translucent, and one could see the middle-aged Daoist nun and the two others inside. Then I can only take action. Mountain Lord Jun shouted out loud. Primal chaos astral energy surged and the primal chaos laws appeared. It was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart as he punched out. Bang, bang, after 10 consecutive strikes, the world shook violently. Mountains and rivers turned to ashes, mountains turned to smoke, and the desolate mountain range was flattened. For great rivers and dozens of giant lakes were evaporated. This was a terrifying battle that left even Yi Fan apprehensive. It had to be said that Mountain Lord Jun was extremely terrifying. He was actually able to fight him head-on. 10 years of conquest, 10 years of bloody battles. This was one of the most terrifying opponents Yi Fan had ever encountered. He was indeed worthy of coming from a true ancient star field. This was an invincible powerhouse. After the 10 most ferocious strikes, Mountain Lord Jun didn't even look back. He turned around and left. Primal chaos light curled around his body as he brought the other 4 into the distance. Soon, the primal chaos energy turned into a river of light that carried them hundreds of miles away. In a flash, they disappeared into the depths of the devastated earth. Yi Fan was filled with killing intent. He unhurriedly chased after them. This place was close to the 37th region. Mountain Lord Jun and the other 4 disappeared in a flash. They crossed the boundary and went deeper. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. He pondered for a moment but didn't follow immediately. He was waiting for Longma to cross the boundary and kill the enemy together. Finally, a long neigh was heard. Longma appeared. His whole body was covered in flames. He had dealt with all the mounts and killed his way to this place. What happened just now? The whole world seemed like it was going to flip over. Longma was suspicious. We met an extremely powerful enemy. He came from an ancient star field and not a small divine world, said Yi Fan. Not long after, one man and one horse entered the 37th region. This region was similarly vast. The mountains were deep and serene. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Ape cries and tiger roars could be heard. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure on their bodies. In the end, it was as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Shackles weighing 1,000,000 jin took form. Blood-colored shackles appeared on Yi Fan and Longma's hands and feet. They were flowing with a sparkling luster and were as heavy as the heavens. If an ordinary cultivator was shackled, they would definitely have their bones broken and their flesh turned into mud. Even those who had walked the path of the strongest trial would not be able to withstand it. This was a powerful shackle. However, Yi Fan and Longma didn't care. They treated it as a kind of training and went deeper into the 37th region in search of Mountain Lord Jun and the others. They walked into the depths of a mountain range. A desolate aura assaulted their senses. Strange beasts ran amok and wild birds screamed in the sky. At the same time, there was a wave of hostility. There was an open land in front of them. Mountain Lord Jun and the others stood side by side and looked at them coldly. Their bodies were also covered in blood-colored shackles that flickered with a terrifying luster. "Why aren't you running anymore?" Longma taunted. "We've never run. We've only retreated to this place. We've chosen a good cemetery to kill you all," one of them said coldly. Yi Fan's gaze was like a sword. He swept over them and finally revealed a wisp of killing intent as he strode forward. "Let me." Longma couldn't wait. Although he was wearing shackles that weighed millions of kilograms and was as heavy as a mountain, greatly affecting his movements, he still turned into a beam of flame and displayed extraordinary speed. Chi! Two people moved at the same time. Their movements were even faster and they dodged Longma's giant hoof. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as laws interweaved. They activated their saint artifacts and directly attacked. Longma was shocked and rapidly retreated. He was actually almost suppressed by the other party's speed. He was deeply surprised and muttered to himself, "Do they also learn the row formula?" Yi Fan shook his head and said, "This is their main battlefield. The shackles on their bodies are fake." "What?" Longma was shocked. They were originally in the 37th region. They entered the 36th region just now to lure us over. They used a secret technique to conceal themselves, Yi Fan said. Sinister and vicious. Longma gritted his teeth. "That's right, we entered from the entrance of the 37th region and used the magnetism secret technique to disguise ourselves. We entered the 36th region to lure you over. Do you really think we were inferior to you just now?" The cultivator whose jaw had been slapped off by Yi Fan healed his injured body and said coldly and sinisterly with a tinge of hatred. Strands of chaotic chi appeared on Mount Junwei Mountain Lord's body. He was even stronger than before as he stood there like a reincarnated divine king. His purple eyes were like lightning. "I originally wanted to cross realms to cultivate. The 1,000,000-kilogram shackles are a kind of training for me. It couldn't be better with them." Yi Fan was very domineering and didn't treat the shackles as a burden. He attacked with all his might at this moment. Boom! Behind him, the golden divine treasure appeared. It was a golden world. Dao bells, heaven pagodas, immortal swords, ancient mirrors, and so on were all golden. They were dazzling and flew out together to attack indiscriminately. The people in front were shocked and defended with all their might. All kinds of magical artifacts were unleashed, and there was even a saint artifact that was completely resurrected to suppress them. Chang! Within the golden treasury, there were 10s to 100 golden divine weapons. All of them were dazzling as if they were forged from Dao calamity gold. They were incomparably terrifying. These weapons shot out in unison, and all of them hacked at a jade palace. This was naturally a saint artifact, but it broke into pieces on the spot. It couldn't withstand the attack of this secret technique and was destroyed here. Ah! The owner of the palace felt heartache, but he couldn't change this reality. This was a rare treasure, but it couldn't resist the ancient emperor's forbidden technique. It was destroyed here and became useless. The middle-aged Daoist nun and 2 others all fell to the ground. Their faces were pale as they escaped from the shattered saint artifact palace. Their bodies were trembling, and there wasn't a trace of color on their faces. They were terrified to the extreme and knew that a great disaster was about to befall them. Now, there really was nowhere to hide. There was no road to heaven and no door to the earth. They were chased like dogs. They originally thought that they could escape this disaster after encountering Mount Junwei Mountain Lord, but now, it seemed that they still couldn't escape death. The person in front of them was too powerful. He crossed realms to kill them, but he was still like a demonic god with an unrivaled momentum. Before the real battle begins, I'll get rid of you guys first, Yi Fan said coldly. No! The middle-aged Daoist nun cried out in terror. The other 2 directly went limp on the ground. Stop! Mount Junwei Mountain Lord wanted to stop them, and he rushed forward with a majestic gait. Pfft! The golden divine treasure behind Yi Fan shone even more brilliantly, and dozens of golden magical artifacts flew out. In a split second, the middle-aged Daoist nun and the other 2 were chopped into a bloody pulp, and their primordial spirits were all destroyed. If I want to kill you guys, no one can save you. Yi Fan's ice-cold words reverberated in the mountain range. He revealed his powerful self-confidence. Even if a god came, he would kill them. Chapter 1253. The depths of the mountain range quietened down. Even the birds and beasts sensed the danger. They all lay dormant, not daring to make a sound. On the ground was a pile of flesh and broken bones. The middle-aged nun and the other 2 had been thoroughly killed by the golden artifact. From then on, they had to bid farewell to the strongest cultivators. The golden world behind Yi Fan disappeared. He stood there quietly without any surging energy to confront the people in front of him. If you kill them, don't even think about living. A person standing behind Mount Junwei smirked, revealing a hint of ridicule. The road is for you to walk on. If you rush to your death, no one can stop you even if they want to. The man whose jaw had been smashed by Yi Fan sneered. Mount Junwei stopped in front of them. He had the posture of a dragon and tiger. His body was strong and his hair was thick. He looked heroic and majestic. He was enveloped in a layer of purple halo. He was like a divine king from the heavenly realm. He was incomparably dignified. When he opened and closed his eyes, the entire mountain range seemed to be torn apart by cold lightning. It seems like the battle between us is unavoidable, Mount Junwei said. His voice was dignified like an emperor. The purple crown on his head sprinkled down strands of imperial immortal energy. Why the pretense? Didn't you all want to lure me here for a battle? Yi Fan sneered. You're wrong. You overestimate yourself. What battle? We just want to torture you to death. Another person beside him spoke. His voice was cold and carried a hint of arrogance. With just the 4 of you? Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. We were only pretending to be weak before. Now, we'll let you understand what a supreme mysterious art is and what it means to be unrivaled. Another person said coldly. Let me fight against him, Mount Junwei said. There's no need for Brother Junwei to fight. The 4 of us are enough. He won't have the chance to ask for guidance from you. Another person stopped Mount Junwei and looked at Yi Fan with a hint of mockery. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. He looked at Mountain Lord Jun Wei coldly and said, "Do you dare to fight? Did you not hear what we said? Today, we will kill you and let you understand the vastness of the universe and the elegance of experts." One of them said indifferently. "This one has had enough. All of you, come over and accept your heads." The scales on Longma's entire body flickered, scarlet multicolored light winding about his body. Keng-chong sounds rang out as killing intent erupted. Yi Fan waved his hand and had it step back. After carefully sensing them, he discovered a truth. These 4 people were far from being as frivolous and unbearable as they seemed on the surface. They were truly powerful. This was especially the case when they stood in 4 different directions, as if they were abiding by some sort of eternal and unchanging law. They seemed casual, yet were actually profound and unfathomable. They were definitely not simple individuals. In fact, Yi Fan sensed a dangerous aura. These 4 people might be even more difficult to deal with than Mount Jun Wei. Their frivolous behavior was most likely a facade. "There won't be any suspense in killing you today," one of them provoked, his eyes sinister. Boom! Yi Fan suddenly moved and unleashed a swift and fierce attack. He turned into a blazing golden bolt of lightning and charged at one of them. He had chosen the person from not long ago. Pa! It was another solid slap to the face. Yi Fan's strength was so great that it was enough to turn a mountain range into flying ashes. However, this person was only sent flying. He was dripping with blood and his jaw was shattered. His body and soul were not completely destroyed. Roar, this person was furious. Half of his face had been smashed by Yi Fan back in the 36th region. Now, it was like this again, leaving him in an extremely sorry state. "Shameless thing, I'm slapping your face," Longma shouted from the side. Yi Fan frowned. Although he had smashed this person's jaw, his golden battle force had been dissolved and entered the other party's body. What kind of mysterious technique was this? It could completely dissolve the power of an attack. It was truly a bit strange. Clang! The 4 of them moved at the same time. Each of them shone as if there was a field of magnetic lightning fluttering about. Each of them was covered in a hazy mist. At this moment, the 4 of them seemed to have condensed together and could share their lives. The injured person immediately recovered and stopped bleeding. At the same time, Yi Fan's golden battle force appeared on the 4 of them. It condensed into 4 strands and turned into 4 sharp swords that flew out and slashed at him. Clang, clang, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Yi Fan quickly resisted and his heart jumped. He had encountered his own force, and this was a backlash from the other party. For symbols ancient saint formation. Yi Fan's eyes trembled. This was a strange formation. It wasn't set up on the ground but used 4 people as the formation flags. It was a human body living formation, mysterious and unfathomable. The 4 of them were definitely not mediocre. At this moment, they had set up the formation together and evolved an ancient murderous aura that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. It was boundlessly terrifying. Yi Fan fought a great battle with them. Wondrous techniques were unceasing and golden blood chi filled the sky. However, the other party swallowed all of it and then reappeared to attack him. The Tai Chi gave birth to the Yin and Yang, and the Yin and Yang gave birth to the 4 divisions. The 4 divisions evolved into the 8 trigrams, and they evolved into the 4 symbols formation diagram. They could call the wind and summon the rain, arranging a small world of gods and devils. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. Apart from fighting against the 4 experts, he still had to resist this kind of formation. He couldn't afford to underestimate it. Using people as the formation flags was very different from ordinary formations. It was very difficult to break. Yi Fan's body was shackled with 1,000,000 gene. He used the aspect formula to attack and wear down the influence of the supreme formation diagram. Finally, he slowly broke away from the predicament of fighting against his own force. "Kill!" Yi Fan shouted. An ancient mirror floated above his head and shone with immortal splendor. He used the battle saint technique to evolve the void mirror and wanted to use the divine light from the mirror to kill one of them. Pfft! This was a peerlessly sharp attack. One of them was pierced through and was dripping with blood. However, a dusky mist appeared around his body. The four of them shared the same life and quickly helped him recover. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful. However, no matter how great your divine abilities are, you still have to die. Divine Spirit, revive. Formation diagram, materialize." The four of them shouted. Above their heads, an indistinct Dao diagram appeared. Then, it flourished with brilliance and rushed out from the top of their heads to form a true entity. Formation diagram. It wasn't formed from interweaving light. This was a true four-sided formation diagram. It combined in the void and turned into a crescent moon as it hacked towards Yi Fan. This made his expression change. The Black Emperor had said before that once an ancient divine formation formed its own true formation diagram, its power would be dozens of times more terrifying. No wonder the four of them were so confident and conceited. They actually grasped an ancient formation diagram and not just a simple great formation. Chang! 5-colored divine light rushed out from behind Yi Fan. 5 precious swords slashed out in rotation, all of them cutting towards this treasure diagram and releasing an ear-piercing sound. The four of them were shocked. Their bodies continuously trembled. That ancient diagram was scattered once again, splitting into 4 corners and returning to above their heads. "Activate your essence blood and use the formation diagram to kill him." One of them spat out a mouthful of essence blood, making that corner of the formation diagram seem as if it had life. It breathed on its own and swallowed heaven and earth spiritual essence. The other 3 did as they were told. The ancient formation diagram merged again and hacked towards Yi Fan. It could obliterate all methods in this world and even remove traces of the great Tao. Hong! This time, Yi Fan directly activated the 6 Tao Reincarnation's fist. It was ferocious and domineering, valiant and unrivaled under the heavens. Golden blood energy surged like a tsunami and there were even more great golden waves that overflowed into the heavens. They scattered the clouds as if they were going to strike down the heavens. Kacha sounds rang through the air. It was extremely ear-piercing. This terrifying formation diagram was sent flying again and split into 4 corners. The 4 great experts all spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Their bodies staggered and their faces became ashen. They each held a corner of the formation diagram and carefully observed it. They discovered that there were several fine cracks on its surface. This was definitely a terrifying matter. Just how powerful was the other party's attack power? It actually cracked the supreme formation diagram a little. If it took a few more hits, it might be destroyed. Yi Fan was neither happy nor worried. His heart was calm. He believed that the 4 of them together were not weaker than Mount Junwei. Their previous performance was just a facade. Origin magnetic forbidden technique, kill. One of them roared. Dusky mist appeared on their bodies again. This was a strange power. Streaks of terrifying demonic light pierced through the heaven and earth to strangle Yi Fan. Yi Fan brandished his fists and fiercely resisted. Deafening Kungxiang sounds rang through the air as he collided with every streak of origin magnetic divine radiance. Any strand of aura that leaked out could destroy a mountain ridge. It was incomparably terrifying. This was definitely a forbidden secret technique. The divine might was extremely great. When the 4 of them used it at the same time, even imperial princes would be moved. Yi Fan's heart was moved. This was a supreme wondrous technique. In the hands of these 4 people, it truly made one sigh in admiration. The origin magnetic force was not part of the 5 elements. When it came to killing enemies, it would appear and disappear unpredictably. Clang clang, a terrifying sound rang out. It was as if Yi Fan was colliding with millions of heavenly swords. His entire body was enveloped by origin magnetic immortal light that could obliterate all kinds of great Dao attacks. The four symbols formation appeared again. Every corner of the formation diagram became one with its owner and fused together to protect their bodies. Meanwhile, they let go of their hands and feet, each turning into a streak of origin magnetic immortal light. They were like four human-shaped bolts of lightning as they weaved about and attacked. They could fight against Yi Fan head-on. This definitely exceeded the imagination of the people of the world. Their strength was not something ordinary people could understand. This was the wondrous effect of the supreme divine technique, allowing them to seize the initiative. Of course, every time Yi Fan brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, it would make them suffer greatly. There were several times when their immortal light dimmed. They revealed their true bodies and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Mount Junwei has come to help us. This person is too powerful. One of them finally couldn't take it anymore. He was injured several times and his body almost shattered. Boom! Yi Fan waved his fist. Wind and thunder roared, the mountains and rivers lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. He punched through one of them, breaking all the bones in his body and shattering half of his body. Then, the other 3 transformed into human forms of origin magnetic immortal light rushed over and instantly healed this person's wounded body. They were connected in life and death. What a powerful secret technique! Yi Fan muttered to himself. Dong! The 5-colored divine light merged into one. The 5 swords behind Yi Fan turned into a Dao sword and slashed at the 4 symbols formation diagram that had fused together again. Pft, pft, the 4 of them spat out blood and were sent flying. The formation diagram separated again. Everyone's face was pale and filled with disbelief. How could one person be so powerful? Fighting them alone, not even the supreme formation diagram or the forbidden secret technique could stop him. Boom! Mount Junwei's attack was accompanied by a monstrous divine might. A large hand covered the sky. This was the famous world in the palm. He wanted to melt Yi Fan into the palm. However, what awaited him was a large golden foot. Yi Fan stomped down fiercely and almost shattered the hand. With a loud rumble, the foot was withdrawn. Yi Fan forcefully broke through the technique. He stepped out of the world in the palm and confronted Mount Junwei. Chapter 1254. Mountain Lord Jun wore a purple gold crown on his head and a Qilin battle robe. His immortal aura was dense, and 2 sharp beams shot out from his eyes. Boom! The 2 beams enlarged rapidly and actually overflowed like a flood. The purple cloud surged and submerged Yi Fan like a river of stars. The great battle began and erupted in an instant. This was a strange eye technique. Mountain Lord Jun's eyes were very special and terrifying. They released an aura that could behead sages and slay saints. Until the end of time, when the seas run dry and the rocks decay, 10,000 years pass in a blink of an eye. Demonic words were transmitted. Mountain Lord Jun's hair danced chaotically and his eyes became the source of the purple light. His entire body was majestic and tall as he stood tall in the sky. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. Yi Fan seemed to have been invaded by the power of time. A terrifying aura filled the air and continuously cut down his lifespan. It was as if thousands of years of his life force had been taken away in a single breath. The power of time? How is this possible? Longma was shocked. Time was a strange substance. Because of its existence, no one could live forever. Very few could touch upon this domain. Yet, Mount Junwei Mountain Lord actually used this kind of forbidden power. It left everyone horrified. Who could resist against time? Even if one was a great sage, he would still pass away in the river of time. Yi Fan's heart was pounding. The dense purple qi and the surging multicolored light all slashed at his body. It made him feel as if he was about to age 10,000 years. Boom! The golden sacred domain opened up and he moved his body. A golden taiji circle appeared and his body turned into the shape of a dragon. The power of extreme yin and extreme yang circulated, forming 2 points of balance. With a dragon's roar, Yifan rushed up with the golden circle. This was his divine form. He turned into an immortal light and collided with Mountain Lord Jun. A series of explosions rang out. Over 100 attacks were exchanged. The two attacked extremely quickly and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged hundreds of attacks. The purple light was scattered. Yifan retreated. The feeling of his lifespan being taken away by time disappeared and everything returned to normal. He revealed a cold smile. This wasn't the energy of time, but a type of strange divine energy that could corrode the wheel of life. It was soundless and undetectable, causing others to be affected unknowingly. However, it didn't have much of an effect on him. His saint body's blood energy was vigorous, and he immediately expelled it, blocking it outside and resolving this dangerous situation. He couldn't help but admit that those who walked on the ancient starry sky path all had their own unique points. At the very least, many of their secret techniques were unheard of and extremely rare. In the showdown between heroes, the supreme experts would emerge from the entire cosmos. After experiencing the baptism of endless trials and battles, this should be one of the essential factors for attaining the Tao and becoming an emperor. I'm really unhappy today. Can I only watch from the sidelines? Longma was dissatisfied, but he didn't act on his own. He stood in the distance and watched the battle. The Lord of Mount Junwei stood tall in the sky like a towering mountain. He stared at Yifan for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Then, he unleashed an even more terrifying attack. All types of divine light danced about. They were all wondrous techniques, and any one of them could make immortals weep. If it wasn't for the ancient formation sealing the training grounds, it would have definitely collapsed. Boom! All the mountains within 1,000 miles were uprooted like rice straws and smashed into the vaster depths of the mountain range. Some of them directly exploded in the sky. The Lord of Mount Junwei's every movement was in harmony with the heaven and earth. He was wielding the power of the great Tao. Purple light coiled around his body like a soaring dragon. 6 divinity slash. 6 divine blades suddenly appeared in front of the Lord of Mount Junwei. Each of them was tens of thousands of meters long. They were as dazzling as mountain ranges and clusters of stars. At the same time, an ancient murderous aura spread out from the 6 divine blades. It was as if 6 gods had come back to life. Kill! The Lord of Mount Junwei lightly shouted. The 6 divine blades carried the power to cleave the sun, moon, and stars as they slashed toward Yifan one after the other, destroying the heaven and earth. Roar! Yifan let out a long roar. His golden blood energy swept across thousands of miles like a tsunami. He was like a demonic god rampaging between the heaven and earth. This was an earth-shattering battle. The divine blades danced and the astral winds split the sky. Yifan and the Lord of Mount Junwei turned into 2 beams of lightning as they tangled together and fought fiercely. 10 moves, 50 moves, 100 moves. There weren't many who could exchange more than 100 moves with Yifan. But today, the Lord of Mount Junwei was actually able to do so. He was truly a rare expert. Screech! Yifan shattered the blade radiance with a kick and soared into the sky. The swastika heavenly sound rumbled like thunder. It was like a terrifying wave that could disintegrate a star domain. All the divine blades were destroyed, and the mountains and rivers were turned to ashes. The battlefield was completely bare. The Lord of Mount Junwei's hair danced in the wind. The rays of light shot out from his eyes were bone-piercingly cold. He attacked repeatedly and fought fiercely against Yifan. His blood essence boiled as a pillar of blood rushed out from the top of his head like a real dragon. It was a terrifying scene. Yifan was fearless. He used the battle saint technique to fight the strong and use violence to counter violence. This was a wild battle. The two fought until the stars and moon lost their luster. Kacha. The violet gold crown on the Lord of Mount Junwei's head exploded. His hair was disheveled, and he was like a demonic god. He was not inferior to Yifan. He fought until the mountains collapsed and the seas roared, shaking the training field. The intense battle between the two caused the four people in the distance to feel a chill. The Tao, the origin of all things, the beginning of the universe. Since ancient times, everything has been within the Tao. The Lord of Mount Junwei shouted. When he had retreated far enough, he sat cross-legged in the void. His entire body emitted waves of purple qi, and his appearance was dignified. Suddenly, a little purple person rushed out from his forehead. It was clad in battle armor and had an awe-inspiring divine aura. It was exactly the same as him and held a violet gold halberd in its hand. It looked divine and terrifying. Primordial spirit weapon. Yifan was astonished. That amethyst battle armor and halberd were forged for the primordial spirit. They possessed special divine abilities that specialized in killing primordial spirits. Swish! That little purple person rushed over. When its eyes opened and closed, it was incomparably frightening. The violet gold halberd in its hand emitted a fluctuation that could shatter a primordial spirit. Its speed had exceeded a limit. Yifan revealed a strange expression. The divine ability cultivated by the Lord of Mount Junwei was somewhat similar to his own. It ignored physical distance and instantly pounced on the primordial spirit of others. At this moment, a divine light flashed in front of Yifan's forehead. A little golden person rushed out. There was a myriad qi cauldron above its head, and it held a deity striking whip in its hand. Clang, clang. The two fist-sized people, one gold and one purple, were even more blazing and swift than lightning. They continuously collided, emitting dazzling light and incomparably terrifying fluctuations. A few ferocious birds and ferocious beasts 1,000 miles away couldn't withstand the pressure, and their primordial spirits directly collapsed. This was a strange ripple with astonishing destructive power. In the back, the four experts with the origin magnetic immortal light turned pale. They raised the formation diagram and turned into the origin magnetic body. Only then did they barely manage to block the terrifying divine waves. Clang! In the fierce battle, the battle halberd in the hand of the little purple person was broken into 3 parts by Yifan's battle saint technique. At the same time, the deity striking whip in his hand smashed a piece of its armor. Boom! A torrential purple light surged as the primordial spirit of Mount Junwei fled. The little golden person was in hot pursuit, wanting to kill him once and for all. A powerful saint artifact blocked the way, buying time for the little purple person to return to its body and retreat to a safe distance. Yifan's primordial spirit was blocked, so he no longer pursued. He returned to his physical body at the first moment. His blood energy surged into the sky as he retreated to the 37th zone. Primal chaos. Mount Junwei's expression was grave and stern. He only shouted these 2 words. Suddenly, a misty fog flowed around him and the primal chaos surged out. He had grasped a portion of the primal chaos law, which was extremely terrifying. This involved the power of creation. He could mobilize the power of the entire world for his own use to suppress Yifan. Break! Yifan's entire body erupted with brilliance. Ancient stars flowed within the blood within his body, his bone marrow containing streaks of stellar streams. It was as if he had turned into a deity, every inch of his flesh a treasure trove. Right now, it was completely opened. Mount Junwei attacked with the power of creation, while Yifan opened the doors in his body, channeling the power of creation into the treasure trove. The two blended together to form a terrifying balance. Mount Junwei released his power to his heart's content. He wanted to destroy Yifan with his terrifying laws and divine abilities. However, that place was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled no matter what. Ah! Mount Junwei spurted out blood. He couldn't bear this kind of consumption. Yifan coldly said, "You can open a small piece of heaven and earth. I can naturally refine a small part of the universe. I'll borrow your divine abilities to refine my indestructible body." Boom! Mount Junwei was sent flying. His body was covered in blood. The two fought for 800 rounds before he was finally defeated and gravely injured. "Let's go together and kill him." The four behind saw this and rushed forward at the same time. The formation appeared again, and immortal magnetic light shot out in a merciless sweep. Longma wanted to go forward but was stopped by Yifan. He fought the five alone, and the more he fought, the more valiant he became. He first cut open the incomplete primal chaos laws, and then he swept through the four. Kill! At this moment, Mountain Lord Jun also used all of his divine force, doing everything he could to kill Yifan. He attacked unscrupulously. He held the violet shield in his left hand and the divine blood spear in his right. Both were saint weapons. His body's potential was ignited, and his blood energy surged to the sun and moon, drowning out the land. The four behind him formed a formation and also used forbidden weapons. Every one of their essence blood rushed to the heavens, and they fought with all their might to obliterate Yifan. This was a clash of the strongest. It was a battle of blood and fire. The shackles on Yifan's hands and feet clanked. They weighed 1,000,000 pounds, and it would indeed affect his fighting ability when fighting against a great enemy. However, his body was tyrannical to the extreme, and he was invincible. He slowly forgot about it. Kill! Both sides roared and shattered the sky. Every strike could break mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Roar! Yifan let out a long roar, and his golden battle aura submerged one of them. His fist passed through, and that person let out an unwilling roar before exploding into a bloody mess. Ah! The other three's eyes were red as they madly attacked. They fought with all their might against Yifan. Blood splashed everywhere, showing the cruelty and tragedy. Mount Junwei's hair was disheveled, and he had long lost his calm. He angrily roared and stabbed forward with the divine blood spear. At this moment, Yifan struck out with a shocking fist. It was extremely stunning. The golden fist pierced through the purple shield in Mount Junwei's left hand and broke it into pieces. A powerful force spread out. Not only was Mount Junwei's left arm broken, but even the left half of his body was convulsing. It was unknown how many bones were broken. And the most shocking thing was that Yifan snatched the divine blood spear and used both his arms to break it. With two popping sounds, he threw the broken spear away. Two people in the back screamed and fell into a pool of blood. Both of their foreheads had been pierced through, and blood splattered everywhere. They died a violent death. Yifan swept through the enemies and waved the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Mount Junwei exchanged dozens of blows with him, and finally, he could not hold on any longer. His arms broke inch by inch, and the lower half of his body was smashed. The upper half of his body flew out and fell into a pool of blood. Yifan was like a demonic god as he stepped on the blood and bones of his enemies. Chapter 1255. The indestructible golden body from the Emperor Burial Star? Mount Lord Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. Only the upper half of his body remained in the pool of blood. Yifan's eyes flickered. The other party knew many secrets. It was necessary to explore his sea of consciousness to get to the bottom of it. Xiao. Not far away, a figure rushed up, wanting to escape. It was the only survivor of the 4 beasts formation who hadn't been pierced by the spear. Yifan didn't even turn his head. A golden blood bead appeared on his fingertip. The moment he flicked it out, the heavens and the earth split apart. Many demonic phantoms appeared, lingering around the blood bead and piercing through the person's body. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling scream. His body seemed to have been hit by a mountain. His flesh was badly mutilated, and only his head remained. Just as his primordial spirit was about to rush up, Longma stepped forward. A large hoof landed on it, ready to trample it at any moment. The Emperor Burial Star, you really came from there. It's the indestructible golden body. Who would have thought that after 100,000 years of silence, your physique would appear again? Mount Lord June revealed a surprised expression. You know quite a lot. Tell me everything you know. Don't wait for me to search your sea of consciousness, said Yi Fan. I admit that you're very strong, but you're not invincible on this path. There will be people who will kill you in the future. Mount Lord June laughed hysterically. He was incomparably sad. Today, he had been completely defeated. He no longer had any hope of fighting for supremacy on the Emperor's path. Is that so? Who are those people? Yi Fan asked indifferently. There are many people who have more than one enemy. Even the indestructible golden body can't laugh proudly until the end. You're only one of the witnesses of a legend. You're not a supreme being. Mount Junwei laughed heartily, but his face was covered with tears. Witness a legend? Yi Fan said coldly. The glory of the legendary era will reappear. Even the powerful indestructible golden body will become a green leaf. The physique that was inferred and hypothesized in the past has appeared. You can't do it. Junwei Mountain Lord was dejected and dejected. He roared at the top of his lungs. He felt incomparably miserable for not even being able to pass the first trial of the human race. Then tell me in detail. Let's see how I will wither on the road ahead, Yi Fan said calmly. The legend has reappeared, and the divine star of nature shines brightly. Not to mention anything else, just the two types of people you've heard of are enough to kill you. Mountain Lord June felt a sense of loss in his heart. Perhaps only by talking about the glory of others could he suppress Yi Fan and make him feel a trace of illusory dignity. Forget it, I won't say it. Wait until you actually encounter it and experience that kind of fear for yourself. Mount Junwei Mountain Lord suddenly laughed like a madman. In the future, I'd like to see who can kill me, Yi Fan said coldly. He prepared to take action, to search this person's sea of consciousness, but he didn't dare go too far, fearing that he would immediately self-destruct. Boom! Half of Mountain Lord Junwei Mountain Lord's body was burning, and his primordial spirit was like a torch. The little purple person came out of his body and was surrounded by a flame of primal chaos, on the verge of disintegration. Yi Fan's expression changed. He had no way to stop it. It was very difficult to stop an expert of this level from self-destructing. After all, he hadn't completely stopped it. He stared at the flame of primal chaos and seemed to have realized something. He looked at Mount Junwei Mountain Lord and allowed him to self-destruct. Have you thought of something? You should know that I've only seen a portion of the primal chaos divine chains of order, but what you will face in the future is... Ha! Yi Fan frowned. This kind of physique had never appeared before, and even if it did, it wouldn't be pure. It was said that it could only be seen in the era of legends, and the probability was so low that it was negligible. Indestructible golden body, you are very powerful, but you are really just a green leaf. It is precisely because of your lush verdant nature that you can set off the brilliance of those divine flowers. Their radiance will spread throughout the universe. His body was turned to ashes under the flames. The little purple person was in incomparable pain and was about to be completely obliterated, walking on the final path of self-destruction. I have been defeated and am far inferior to you, but it will be difficult for you to reach the end of this path. 100,000 years ago, several people of the indestructible golden body fell, killed by another type of supreme physique. As long as they know that you came from the Emperor Burial Star, the indestructible golden body's old enemy will definitely turn around and kill you. The little purple person was full of sorrow. He screamed and roared crazily as he walked towards the end of death. Yi Fan's expression changed. He thought of the past events of the primordial era. There were some divine physiques that stepped on the ancient starry sky path and shed blood in outer space, dying in battle in the cosmos. It was rumored that this was done by a certain type of terrifying old enemy. Of course, not all of those battles were lost. There were also some divine physiques that won, killing their peerless enemies and returning to the ancient Big Dipper star domain. The era of legends has arrived, and some people that shouldn't have appeared have been born. Am I just a green leaf that serves as a foil? Yifan said softly, and then he laughed coldly. He stared at the little purple person and said, "Legends are meant to be broken." Boom! Mountain Lord June's purple primordial spirit was shattered and scattered into the heaven and earth. The last traces of his life completely disappeared, and he could no longer witness the various legends of the Emperor Path. Yifan looked at the other person. He only had a head left, and it was full of fear. It was trampled under Longma's hooves. He was extremely unwilling and didn't want to die, but he knew that there was no hope at all. In fact, from Yifan's point of view, the other four were even more valuable than Mountain Lord June. That origin magnetic immortal light was extremely bizarre, and it was truly a peerless secret technique. Mountain Lord June was only able to fight against him because of his own strength, but these four relied on the mysteriousness and sharpness of the secret technique to contend against him. I want the four symbols formation, and also the cultivation method of the origin magnetic immortal light, Yifan said. You won't get it. If you force me, I'll directly shatter my own consciousness. This person's face was snow white. He appeared fierce but was actually weak at heart. The panic in his eyes betrayed the weakness in his heart. Hand over what I want, and I'll let you escape 800 li away. If you can escape from here, I'll let you live, Yifan said. This person's face was deathly pale. He wanted to bargain, but after seeing Yifan's coldness, he immediately stopped talking. He threw away the four-sided formation and his head flew into the sky. Yifan caught it and studied it carefully. The four-sided formation merged together and turned into a half-moon shape. It was sparkling and translucent as if it was carved out of suet jade. On it, there were many small words written in the immemorial divine language. It recorded a secret technique called Origin Magnetic Immortal Light. It's indeed a world-shocking divine technique. It's actually engraved on the precious four symbols formation to protect the inheritance from destruction. Yifan sighed and firmly remembered the secret technique in his heart. I feel that this half-moon formation is not bad, Longma said with squinted eyes. Yifan nodded. This formation was no small matter. After it was arranged, it could trap many great enemies and was difficult to break through. He flicked his hand and tossed it to Longma. Then, he took out a large bow that he had personally forged during the 10 years of bloody battles. He used the tendons of a flood dragon as the bowstring and the ancient tree spirit as the body of the bow. He pulled out a bone arrow and knocked it on the bowstring, shooting it out in an instant. A streak of white light flew out 800 li in an instant. The escaping head could already see the exit. He originally thought that he could live, but at this time, he was pierced through by an arrow. With a pu sound, he turned into crushed flesh and broken bones. A bloody mist drifted into the air. He died a violent death. The bone arrow was refined from the bone spurs on the backs of saint-level ancient beasts. Yifan killed saint beasts and collected several dozen of them, refining them into arrow feathers. With a flash of white light, Yifan put away the arrow feathers. He didn't waste them, because he didn't know how many dangers there were ahead. The whole world became quiet. Yifan's people had almost wiped out all the cultivators in the two great regions. They had fought across realms and annihilated all the heroes. Everywhere he passed, the surviving birds and beasts all trembled and went into hibernation. They were incomparably terrified and didn't dare to come out. Longma fiddled with the four symbols formation diagram and was immersed in a state of incomparable joy. It was convinced that the four people hadn't displayed the full power of the ancient formation. Yifan left the devastated battlefield and sat cross-legged on a stone peak. His heart was calm and filled with a sense of harvest. The wonderful origin magnetism technique was definitely a supreme divine technique. It was comparable to the divine rainbow light obtained from the eternal star domain and was extremely rare. This kind of secret technique made it so difficult to deal with 4 people who weren't extremely outstanding. From this, it could be seen that it was extraordinary and could be mentioned on the same level as the ancient emperor's forbidden technique. Yifan possessed the battle saint technique, so he cultivated other secret techniques at an exceptionally fast speed. 4 hours later, a hazy gray mist appeared on his body and the magnetic force appeared. Then, he evolved once again. The gray mist dissipated and turned into magnetic electricity that curled around Yifan's body. Qi La. Yifan's entire body turned into a streak of human-shaped immortal light. It swept through the mountain range in front of him like breaking dry weeds and smashing everything into ashes. What a powerful secret technique! Longma was astonished and felt a wave of desire. Then, it began to ponder over it as well. Yifan frowned. He didn't feel the joy of completing the divine ability, because there was still a bit of distance from perfection. He lacked a type of divine magnetic to assist him in cultivation, so he couldn't complete it. This type of secret technique is too wondrous. It truly is terrifying beyond compare. Longma also comprehended a few things. It turned into an electromagnetic horse and soared into the sky, releasing tsunami-like fluctuations. They realized that if they wanted to cultivate this technique, they needed to go deep into the earth and capture the legendary divine magnetic. Only then would they be able to reach perfection. This is St. Fall Island and not a true ancient star. Without a divine magnetic, it will be difficult to continue cultivating. Yifan stood up and walked towards the ancient mountain range. He began to comprehend the great Tao of this place. The forbidden secret technique was extremely important, but right now, completing the trial mission was even more important. His body and mind became clear, cleansed of murderous energy. His body flickered with precious splendor as he merged with all things in nature. The Tao of nature. Yifan sighed and opened his eyes. He used half a day's time to capture the great Tao of the ancients and comprehend its essence. Soon after, he opened the scripture that Princess Yu Dai gave him. He read it while comprehending it, merging with heaven and earth. Humans follow the earth follows the heavens follow the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Yifan said softly. His entire body shone with sparkling light. The fresh air of plants blew over, cleansing his body of murderous energy and making his heart feel empty. Ape cries and tiger roars sounded from the depths of the mountains again. The trial grounds became peaceful again. It is indeed an unparalleled great Tao, but it is not my Tao. After who knew how much time had passed, Yifan closed the ancient scroll. He stood up and smashed his fist into the heavens. Golden light pierced into the cosmos and broke through the restrictions. The entire ancient land was almost destroyed. Who is this? Outside of St. Fall Island, a few soldiers' expressions changed. Even the great commander riding on the heavenly wolf was shaken. He then shook his head and told them not to pay attention to him. 100 scriptures nurtured in the furnace. I will walk the path of being unrivaled in the present age and shatter legends. Yifan said to himself. Chapter 1256. The mountain swayed, and all beasts were startled. They turned into a flood as they fled within the mountain range. Flocks of birds spread their wings and flew into the distance. They were terrified by the aura released by Yifan, and most of them directly fell limp onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. A moment later, Yifan calmed down. His blood energy was restrained, and his body and mind were clear. He strolled within the mountains. The great Tao of nature, the miraculous scripture of establishing the Tao. Even though it is not my Tao, it is still an inheritance. It was difficult for Yifan to calmly walk this path, but he knew that this was a type of Tao establishing immortal scripture. There were too many areas worth learning from. For the sake of completing the trial and walking his own path, he seriously comprehended it for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then did he get up and leave. The 36th region had long been empty. The middle-aged Daoist nun and a total of 23 people were all killed by Yifan, so no outsiders stepped foot here. The 37th region was also quiet. Following the death of Mount Junwei's group of 5, no other contenders appeared. Yifan moved between the 2 regions, but he couldn't find any opponents. A 50,000-year-old young medicine king. Longma bit off half of it like a cabbage. He was extremely satisfied. If others saw this, they would definitely be heartbroken and curse him for being a wastrel. There were many ancient medicines on St. Fall Island, but those that reached tens of thousands of years of age were rare. After all, every 10,000 years, a group of people would pass through. In the following days, Yifan began to cross realms. His figure appeared in the 5 left and 5 right realms. There was a pile of shackles on his body that weighed millions of jin. It was as if they were cast from blood-colored divine iron. They flickered with light and were extremely astonishing. Finally, he set his eyes on the central forbidden region. He advanced with Longma. There were holy beasts roaring there, and bloody light rushed into the sky. St. Fall Island had a total of 50 regions. The first 49 regions were the trial grounds, and the last region was a bit special. It was located at the center of the island and was connected to every other region. The great commander had warned that there was no need to let the trial takers approach this place. They only needed to finish comprehending in the first 49 regions. It was rumored that the central region was a forbidden region. Even if ancient saints entered, they would most likely die. It had always been the burial ground of experts. Yifan and Longma continued forward. They did not encounter any danger along the way. It was only when they approached this place that they sensed a baleful aura. Black clouds surged. The enormous mountain towered into the heavens, as if it pierced into the cosmos. One could see the wings of terrifying creatures that looked like winged dragons. That was only a type of vicious bird. It could tear apart quite a few trial takers, but it wasn't in existence at the very top of the food chain. Facing the waves of powerful auras, it was trembling. What exactly is there in the central forbidden zone that attracted a group of powerful existences to occupy it and refuse to leave? There must be some secret. When Yifan finally entered, he immediately felt an indescribable killing intent, as if it came from ancient times. Longma followed behind, feeling a little uncertain, because it soon discovered a holy beast spying on them from a primitive forest in the distance. They had only just entered, but they had already encountered a saint beast. Only the heavens knew how terrifying the strongest existence here was. Rumble, Longma trampled out a skull that was the size of a stone roller. It seemed like it had already experienced hundreds of thousands of years, yet it still hadn't completely decayed. Sacred bone, this doesn't belong to humans. Back then, a bitter battle took place here. Longma said to itself. This mountain is a bit strange. Yifan was incredibly bewildered. There was a mountain up ahead. It wasn't that tall, but there was an extremely bitter aura spreading outwards. There weren't many plants on it, and they were all ancient Yin trees. There was very little soil on it, its entire body a grayish-white color. It looked quite precipitous, and when one touched it with their hands, it released waves of clear and melodious sounds. No, this is a tooth, not a mountain peak. Yifan finally saw some clues. This was 100 zhang tall, short mountain made of teeth. This was just too horrifying. Just how enormous was this creature? A single tooth was comparable to a mountain peak. Just how enormous was its original form? At this moment, they finally understood why this place was called Sacred Fall Island. The battle back then was definitely world-shocking, and many saints died. I saw another holy beast. Longma warned with a soft voice. A pangolin's entire body was lead gray in color. It wasn't that large, only a dozen or so zhang in length. It passed through a stone mountain and disappeared ahead. Zheng zheng zheng. Suddenly, Yi Fan and the others suffered an attack. When they entered a swamp, waves of sword radiance surged. This was the power of a saint. There were dried bones floating within the swamp. An expanse of divine chains of order interweaved here, wishing to strangle Yi Fan and Longma to death. Holy might surged, and the power of natural laws pervaded the air. This is a battlefield. The experts who died, the natural laws they left behind haven't scattered to this day. For later generations, this is a battlefield of slaughter, but for a few powerful holy beasts, it is a rare place to comprehend the Tao. Longma said. Now, Yi Fan's fighting strength increased greatly, so it was naturally difficult for him to trap them. All of the natural laws were suppressed by him, making this place slowly calm down. Xiao. A spirit monster cultivated from a water flood dragon had chewed on an ancient saint's bone and possessed extraordinary divine abilities. It attacked Yi Fan and the others. In the end, Longma's hooves directly trampled it to death. A pool of dirty blood appeared, ending its life. The creatures here are quite strange. They can't be measured by cultivation realm. They actually ate a saint's bone and dared to attack us. They became even more careful and continued on their way. After walking for a long time, they discovered an ancient cave at the foot of a stone mountain. Flames surged, blazing and surging. Yi Fan's expression became sluggish. He felt an emotional fluctuation of despair. He walked in, and then immediately afterwards, he retreated, a layer of sweat appearing on his body. Tao transformation power. This fiery cave was left behind by an expert who transformed into the Tao. Even now, the Tao flames still hadn't been extinguished. He and Longma almost fell into eternal damnation. F***ck. Longma continuously cursed. Just now, it was just half a step away from passively transforming into the Tao. Fortunately, its cultivation was strong enough, and it made it through this disaster. The central forbidden zone is full of danger. We can't be careless. They encountered 24 dangers along the way, and in the end, they passed through all of them. They arrived at the deepest part, where blood energy was like sword radiance, piercing through the sky and disappearing into the sky. Moreover, accompanied by the clanging of swords, a powerful murderous intent appeared, making one's soul palpitate. A blood lake. Blood energy rushed into the sky, and sword radiance clanged. All of it originated from a blood lake. Its diameter was 5 li, and it was bright red and dazzling. Blood clouds surged, and mist rose. One could feel the ancient murderous intent from far away. Streaks of bloody radiance shot into the sky. A Tenjiang blood lake, the burial ground of the ancestors. Beside the blood lake, there was a stone tablet. Under the corrosion of time, half of it had long since decayed, and one could barely make out the primordial divine characters on it. A Tenjiang blood lake? Why do I see 10 li? Longma was puzzled. So many years had passed, and the sea had turned into mulberry fields. The Tenjiang blood pool had become a lake, but the killing intent within the blood had yet to dissipate. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying the killing intent the enemy had injected into this expert's body when he died. There's a spiritual imprint here. Yi Fan was astonished. No wonder it's called the ancient trial path of the strongest. Every step is for the sake of tempering oneself, allowing the later generations to become stronger. Longma sighed. This was a spiritual imprint, and it spoke of a principle. Apart from the enemy, one was also the strongest opponent. There was a blood-colored battlefield here, and it could provide the later generations with the conditions to fight against themselves. It could allow the trial takers to understand themselves better and continuously transform. In this ancient battlefield, to be able to instantly create a copy of oneself, what kind of heaven-defying method is this? Longma couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The one who created this ancient battlefield definitely had the ability to seize the natural luck. Anyone who entered could evolve a second self. The blood-colored battlefield was in the middle of the lake, and there were bloody cracks everywhere. Yifan and Longma didn't hesitate and each entered a bloody crack. Boom! Not long after Yifan entered, a world-shaking battle began. The bloody crack closed and turned into a sealed world. This battle shocked the world, but it was a pity that no one could see it. 3 days later, Yifan's entire body was covered in golden blood, and he had suffered devastating injuries. Even with the secret character, a supreme healing immortal art, it was still so bitter. There was no other reason. He let go of his limbs and fought with him. He knew the secret arts, and so did that person. That person was very clear about his battle skills. This was the most bitter battle in Yifan's life. No one else could compare to him. They were evenly matched, and they fought crazily. When Yifan came out, Longma was vomiting. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was about to turn into a pile of mud. Even his white bones were exposed. I've never hated myself as much as I do today. Why is it so hard to beat up? I can't kill him no matter what. My true body was almost lost inside. Longma cursed again and again. He vomited while cursing. It seemed like he had gone crazy during the battle. I found a way to raise my cultivation. In the future, the 1 chi into 3 pure ones will be my mortal enemy. Yifan dragged his tired and injured body and said, "Don't, it's fine here. If we fight like this in the real world, you might be killed by yourself." Longma warned. In this place, even if his true body died, he could still revive in the end. This was the beauty of the blood battlefield. Unfortunately, everyone only had one chance. They couldn't fight a second time. Yifan and Longma retreated and returned to the 36th region. They started to heal. Longma vomited for 2 days before slowly regaining his composure. "Do you think there are others fighting with you?" Longma asked. "Of course, there are definitely others who entered." Yifan replied. "I hope they want to vomit when they see me." Longma cursed maliciously. Dang, on the 12th day, a bell rang throughout the Saint Fall Island. Time was up. All the challengers had to leave or they would be sealed here. Yifan changed out of his tattered battle clothes and washed the blood off his body in a lake. He put on a new set of battle clothes and rode Longma out. At this moment, his essence, chi, and spirit had reached an astonishing level. His blood chi was like the ocean and his spirit was condensed like immortal light. He seemed to have been reborn. There were people at every exit. Experts from various star fields were either injured or in high spirits. They walked out of the trial grounds. Tuoba Yu from the Human King's ancient star field has come out. As expected, he is elegant and confident. He is a hero of his generation. Many people felt as if he had gone through a baptism when they saw this young master in embroidered clothes. His entire body had an indescribable aura. Amitba. A Buddhist chant sounded out, and Ku Tuchuo from the ancient Amitba star field walked out. The birthmark on his face, which looked like a knife scar, shone with Buddhist light. Then, Yu Xian from the feather ancient star field appeared. She smiled sweetly and her graceful figure made many people's eyes light up. The powerful Ouya Mo and the mysterious Mu Guanghan also walked out. There were no accidents. Why hasn't anyone from the 36th and 37th districts come out yet? Oh, that nun went to kill the cultivator named Yifan with more than 20 people. Did she not find him and is waiting for him at the exit? It's very possible. With so many people, even a seed-level cultivator would have a hard time. It's almost certain death for one person to fight so many people alone. Mount Junwei and 4 powerful cultivators entered the 37th district. Why haven't they come out yet? Did he cross over to help? It said that the Lord of Mount Junwei is a seed-ranked powerhouse with shocking divine might. If he were to help, it could be said to be a massacre. Everyone was waiting and looking at the 36th district. Even people like Ku Tuchuo, Uya Mo, Yu Xian, and Mu Guanghan were paying attention. Chapter 1257. Feather Fairy was young and beautiful. Her hair danced in the wind, and her waist was small. Her figure was tall and slender, and her skin was like fine jade. A sweet smile hung on her face, attracting everyone's attention. She was currently conversing with Uya Mo and said, "I saw an afterimage in the 50th region. He was refining an ancient weapon in front of the misty cave. That should be Brother Uya, right?" Uya Mo was tall and sturdy. His temples were grizzled, but he didn't look old at all. He gave off a feeling of vicissitudes that others would never forget. He nodded his head and didn't say anything. A delicate and pretty scholar wearing a moon-white robe and holding a folding fan sighed and said, "That demonic halberd was truly astonishing. It was as heavy as a mountain and crushed a saint's bones and a few holy tombs. Was it made of black patterned gold?" It was obvious that this delicate and pretty scholar named Luo Ji was also an expert. Otherwise, how could he enter the last region and see Uya Mo refining a weapon? The expressions of the people in the surroundings changed after hearing this. Those who could enter the central forbidden region were naturally the most powerful group of people, yet Uya Mo actually had this kind of weapon. This was truly terrifying. I saw someone who crossed 10 regions. It was Miss Feather Fairy, right? Uya Mo said. This was a man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. This was the first time he opened his mouth and spoke. His voice was cold and magnetic, making people feel that he had experienced many stories. What? She crossed 10 regions alone? Feather Fairy looks so delicate and pretty, but her physical body is this powerful? Quite a few people were shocked. This fairy-like girl's smile was enough to topple cities. She was sweet and full of vitality like a little girl who hadn't grown up, yet she was actually this powerful. In just a moment, everyone's attention shifted from Uya Mo's weapon and began to pay attention to this delicate yet powerful girl. She was definitely someone who couldn't be underestimated. On the other side, there was an even more tense atmosphere. A few people claimed that they saw a demonic person who devoured the flesh of living people. He was among the crowd. "Miss Mu, did you fight with that person?" "I think I saw a world-shaking battle in the first region," a cultivator asked. Quite a few people looked towards a stunning and arrogant girl, Mu Guanghan. She couldn't be considered the most beautiful, but she had an otherworldly temperament. Even if she stood in a sea of people, people would still notice her with a single glance. Mu Guanghan frowned and did not answer. Her expression made people believe that such a thing must have happened. Some gazes secretly gathered on the young master from the Human King Ancient Star Field because some people had seen him cross over from the 5th region to the 1st region. This was an indescribable pressure. The people involved didn't say anything, didn't express their stance, but there was a force that led people to speculate. "The strongest ancient trial depends on strength," said Ku Tuchuo from the Umatba Star Field. "Yeah, in the end, we still need to fight an unrivaled battle. However, there are people who want to stir up so many conflicts in the dark." Someone added. Rumble. A flood surged out. 13 mounts charged out, every single one of them surging with blood essence like an ocean, berserk like a tide. Their iron hooves trampled the heavens and the earth, causing this part of the universe to tremble. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland appeared. Every single one of them was incomparably powerful and was one of the most difficult powers to deal with. Just their mounts alone had 2 or 3 holy beasts. Their leader was just like before, silent and callous, never taking the initiative to speak. His upper body was bare, his bronze skin flowing with precious splendor. The old wolf he sat on restrained its essence energy, making others feel fear. Beside him, the number 2 figure wore an azure battle suit. The helmet covered even his face, only revealing a pair of eyes. The azure light was intimidating, and there was a type of terrifying demonic aura contained within. The azure dragon he sat on released a great roar, blood energy and holy might rushing out at the same time, startling many ancient beasts into chaos, almost collapsing onto the ground. However, not a single cultivator berated them, clearly not willing to provoke the ancient star field's riders. One person was one thing, but there were actually 13 of them. This was a group of tigers and dragons. Truly regretful, I didn't see him. Did he fall inside? Hee. The 12th of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland laughed terrifyingly. If he could escape from the hands of 23 experts, then he could also be considered a character. I fear that he would have long turned into mud. The 13th brother said coldly. In reality, they weren't the only ones who were concerned. Most people were paying attention to the 36th region, all of them wishing to see the results and see who could come out alive. The passage trembled, as if a flood was battering over. Rumbling sounds rang through the air, shaking up the heavens. A wave of biting cold killing intent pervaded the air. Everyone knew that the one inside was about to come out. This was the stampede of mounts. It seems like the one named Yifan has fallen. It's like a flood of steel, this is the hoof sound of a group of mounts. He has failed. That type of terrifying vibration was like a tsunami. Many people revealed looks of shock, deducing this result. The 36th region's result has been revealed, but why is the 37th region's Junwei Mountain Lord nowhere to be seen? Could it be that he crossed realms to fight, ultimately coming out from the 36th region? That's true. We haven't seen a single person cross realms from another region yet. Everyone's eyes focused on the exit in front of them. Truly boring, he died just like that. He was only a so-so, yet he dared to make us his enemy. Truly laughable. One of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland shook his head coldly. Rumble. A streak of fiery light rushed out, followed by all kinds of electromagnetic radiance. Longma tore apart the heavens, rushing out with a desolate aura. It was as if a magnificent army had arrived. Everyone was shaken. In the end, only one person appeared, and it was completely different from what they had imagined. It's him, the one named Yifan. He's the only one who came out alive. The female Daoist nun and those experts, have they all fallen? Not a single one of them appeared. He killed everyone by himself? It was actually this kind of result. Inconceivable. He broke through the terrifying trap. Many people revealed shocked expressions. They couldn't believe that Yifan had appeared by himself. He was like a flood as he swept through the starry sky. The 12th of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland immediately shut his mouth, but the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger as he stared coldly at the man and horse. The crowd revealed strange expressions. At this moment, everyone could see that this was a peak expert of the same generation, an absolute seed character. This was an incomparably glorious battle record. Not only in name but also in reality, he killed his way out unscathed despite facing so many people. This caused alarm bells to ring in many people's hearts. They listed him as an extremely dangerous character. Even the other seed experts were paying attention to him, remaining silent. Very strong. Among the 20 soldiers, there were also people discussing in low voices. The commander on the heavenly wolf nodded and didn't say anything. That was because there was no lack of geniuses on the strongest ancient road. After so many years, they had already witnessed some inconceivable heaven-defying existences. Why hasn't there been any movement from the 37th region? No one has come out. Everyone discovered the abnormality. That place was extremely quiet, and Mountain Lord Junwei had yet to appear. Everyone's hearts jumped. They all looked towards Yifan, only to see that he was extremely calm as he sat on the Longma, gazing at the starry sky. He didn't pay attention to these things. Heavens, Mountain Lord Junwei couldn't have fallen inside, right? He actually didn't come out. It said that he's an extremely powerful character and many people thought highly of him. Yet, he couldn't even pass the first trial of the human race? At first, everyone was still rather calm. But later on, no one appeared. Everyone understood that it was impossible for Mountain Lord Junwei to come out. Many people revealed expressions of shock. Could it be that all of this was done by the cultivator named Yifan? Did he cross realms and kill Mountain Lord Junwei? Or could it be that Mountain Lord Junwei helped the middle-aged Daoist nun enter the 36th region and was killed by Yifan just like that? One of the three great experts under the guide took out an iron medallion and struck it towards the heavens. It emitted a gentle holy radiance that covered the entire Saint Fall Island. After a period of time, he put away the iron medallion and said, "Those who are alive have all come out. This time's trial has ended." The dust settled. Mountain Lord Junwei had fallen here, causing many people to discuss this. They revealed strange expressions as they stared at Yifan. Many people felt that he was too ferocious. He killed close to 30 people by himself. These were all experts who had stepped onto the Starry Sky ancient road. How could any of them be ordinary? There are a total of 363 survivors. Let's go. The human race's first trial's great commander said. This time, the main goal was to comprehend the great Tao. It wasn't a battle between experts. Moreover, everyone consciously scattered into the 49 regions, so there wouldn't be too many conflicts. Despite this being the case, there were still 70 or so people who lost their lives. One could see just how cruel the trial path was. This was only the beginning. If this continued, when the true experts confronted each other, not many people would be able to survive. Many people's expressions changed. A total of 70 people lost their lives, and that cultivator named Yifan killed 28 experts by himself. This is truly a bit terrifying. The group of people all looked towards Yifan. This was a taciturn killer who was truly not easy to provoke. Many people viewed him as a great enemy and felt restraining fear. They felt that unless it was absolutely necessary, they would temporarily not clash with him. Of course, not everyone was apprehensive. The most powerful individuals remained calm from start to finish. Meanwhile, the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland domain were even more indifferent. The 13th and 12th brothers' hostility was not concealed at all. Soon, there would be a massacre. An altar appeared in the void. All types of patterns interweaved. More than 300 people stepped onto the ancient transport formation. Then, divine radiance flourished. They began to travel through the cosmos. The human race's first trial was extremely peaceful. People came and went on the streets. It was extremely bustling and lively. Everyone felt different after returning again. Congratulations to everyone for taking the first step to success. In a few days, you all will leave and embark on the most glorious journey. Please cherish your final moments in the human race's #1 city. The great commander gave them a few words of encouragement. Then, he had everyone disperse. Brother Yi, it really is great that you were able to return safely. Rui Wei, who came from the Dried Heaven Domain's small world, walked up and said happily. He had previously wanted to travel together with Yifan into the 36th region to lend him a helping hand, but he was refused. Now, he went up to congratulate him. This is only the beginning. It's too early to congratulate. Yifan said with a smile. A good beginning is half the battle. Brother Yi, how about I treat you to a drink? A pleasant voice was heard. The feather Immortal arrived gracefully. Her white cheeks, sweet smile, and sparkling teeth were a combination that could move cities. On the other side, the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland domain came over. One of them said, "Apologies, Fairy Feather. Can I trouble you for a moment? We need to use this person for 15 minutes. Is that okay?" The feather immortal smiled. Her dress fluttered as if she was a fairy standing on the surface of a lake. She was indescribably elegant and moving. You shouldn't be asking me. You should be asking Brother Yi. Brother Yi, let's go. The 12th of the 13 steeds walked up coldly and said with a tone that could not be refused. Yi Fan glanced at them and said, "Sorry, I like beauties. I'm not interested in you." Chapter 1258. The 12th brother's eyes became cold. Rather than saying this was a ridicule, it was better to say that this was a form of contempt and provocation. Clang! The 12th brother's spine made a sound as a demonic blade rushed out. Using his body as a scabbard, it nurtured a blood-colored blade. The cold air was oppressive as the blade radiance cut through the sky. The street immediately quieted down to the point where even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stopped and looked over. It had to be said that the 13 steeds were too powerful. Even the 12th brother, who was ranked at the bottom, displayed a frightening battle aura. The smile on Yi Fan's face disappeared as he looked at him coldly without a trace of killing intent. However, there was an intimidating aura. 12th brother, what are you doing? I originally asked you to invite Brother Yi out of good intentions, but why are you always so unruly? It was clearly good intentions, but in the end, it turned into conflict. On the back of the azure dragon, the man covered from head to toe in azure gold armor spoke. As the second in command of the 13 steeds, he possessed a dignity that could not be offended. The 12th brother's expression became sluggish as the blood-colored blade slowly disappeared into his body. I'm sorry, Brother Yi. I originally wanted to invite you for a drink to dissolve the unhappiness from before, but I never thought that the misunderstanding would deepen. Since you have an appointment with a beautiful woman, we won't disturb you any longer. The second in command of the 13 steeds said. His eyes contained a strange power. There was no distinction between the white of his eyes and the pupil of his eyes. The azure light was frightening and resplendent, as if he was the reincarnation of a demonic god. With that, without waiting for Yi Fan's reply, the leaders turned their mounts around and left while tearing through the sky. Everyone dodged out of the way. The divine steeds at the bottom coldly glanced at Yi Fan a few times. Their faces were expressionless as they also rode away on their beasts. Their battle aura surged. Brother Ye's name shakes the #1 city of the human race. Even the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland had to give way. Truly admirable. Feather Immortal had a faint smile on her bright and beautiful face. Her pure white feather clothes fluttered in the wind. Her hair was as smooth as silk, and her body was slender and soft. She looked as elegant as a fairy. Just like her name, Feather Immortal was like an immortal who had mistakenly descended to the mortal world. She had a divine appearance and an otherworldly temperament. This was a quick-witted and beautiful woman. Is Miss Feather making fun of me? If these people don't make trouble now, it will be more troublesome. I would rather they had clashed earlier. Yi Fan shook his head. Yu Xian smiled and said, with Brother Ye's strength, there won't be any trouble. There's a small pub up ahead. Let's go there. It looks very peaceful, Rui Wei said. This was an old wine shop. It was really small, but the fragrance of wine could be smelled from far away. It was located at the end of a very inconspicuous alley. The courtyard was quite elegant. There were more than 10 peach trees planted here, and it was impossible to tell the season here. Every tree was pink, and the fragrance of the flowers was refreshing. Not bad. Yi Fan nodded. This place was much better than those noisy and bustling taverns. It was very peaceful and suitable for small drinks. There were only a few guests in the courtyard, scattered among the ancient peach trees. A pot of aged wine, a few plates of side dishes, and they were chatting leisurely. They sat down. An old man walked up and quickly wiped the table. In reality, it was already very clean. The tables and chairs were quite old, and after being wiped for many years, they had even developed a luster. A pot of aged wine and a few special side dishes were quickly brought up. The three of them drank lightly, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. They talked about their experiences on St. Fall Island. Yifan fought more than 20 people alone and killed them all. This made Rui Wei sigh. This kind of battle record was very illusory to him. Yu Xian smiled and spoke. In the end, her expression became solemn. She mentioned the demon that swallowed cultivators, believing that it was definitely a huge problem. Even now, she still didn't know his identity. There really was such a person who entered the first region and fought with Mu Guanghan? Rui Wei revealed a look of shock. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. A demonic light covered the sun, and endless killing radiance burst forth in the first region. Yu Xian nodded. Some people think that it was Tuoba Yu from the Human King Ancient Star Domain. Could the rumors be true? Rui Wei said. It wasn't him, because he was also watching the battle. Yu Xian shook her head. Do you have any clues? Yifan asked. Yu Xian nodded. She learned of a terrifying fact. That person retreated in the end, actually crossing 17 realms before disappearing. How is this possible? Just how heavy of a shackle is that? Is there such a powerful person? Rui Wei couldn't help but cry out. Yifan was also moved. Were his movements affected? Yu Xian shook her head. Her expression was serious as she said, his speed was extremely fast. Otherwise, Mu Guanghan wouldn't have let him go. He lost track of him after crossing 6 realms. The people from other regions witnessed this. This is just too inconceivable. Rui Wei was a bit absent-minded. She felt that this was a bit unreal. Yu Xian said, if he isn't powerful to the extreme, then he has a supreme secret artifact in his hands that can ignore the restrictions of the trial grounds. No matter which situation it is extremely terrifying. It is a terrifying threat to anyone. It was also because of this that she came to find Yifan. She didn't hide anything, and her objective was clear. She wanted to form an alliance with him. And according to Yu Xian's speculation, this demon was very likely to be killing Saint. He had all kinds of forbidden divine abilities and was truly the most dangerous person. They chatted while drinking. Naturally, they talked about the ancient star domain. Yifan was very concerned about the Yuhua planet because there was a Yuhua god dynasty in the Big Dipper. There was a great migration on the Yuhua planet hundreds of thousands of years ago. Yu Xian talked about some ancient events. This was an extremely prosperous ancient planet. All sages rose together and all sects flourished together. It was hard to describe how glorious it was. About 300,000 years ago, a brilliant genius appeared. He came from the outer realm and was said to be a descendant of the old subordinates of the ancient heaven. He stirred up endless storms on the Yuhua planet and established a powerful god dynasty before he passed away in his later years. Tens of thousands of years later, a world-shaking genius descended on this god dynasty and became an emperor. Then, he brought this god dynasty with him and disappeared into the starry sky. The old subordinates of the ancient heaven. Yifan was quite shocked. The broken green cauldron was in the hands of the old subordinates of the celestial court. The Yuhua god dynasty was a force that they built. Dying in the Big Dipper didn't mean that it was over. Brother Yi, where are you from? Yu Xian moistened her red lips with wine and asked with a smile. Big Dipper. Yifan had nothing to hide. He chose to step on this path without fear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. Emperor Burial Star. Yu Xian cried out in surprise. It was clear that this ancient star domain had once shocked the universe. Many people of the ancient lands remembered it in their hearts. Even now, they still cried out in surprise when they mentioned it. That is really a star where heroes are buried. It is said that the path to immortality will also open there. Light swirled in Yu Xian's eyes. She warned Yi Fan that it was best not to reveal it because there would definitely be a great enemy ahead. It was said that in the glorious era of the Emperor Burial Star, there had been old enemies with many ancient star domains. The starlight was dim, making people feel a kind of oppressive atmosphere. There was chaos in the morning. 2 cultivators were killed in the middle of the night. They were only discovered now. A haze appeared in many people's hearts. They felt a sense of foreboding. Yi Fan walked on the streets and discovered that all of the soldiers had been mobilized. They were carefully investigating, almost to the point of martial law, but they still didn't find anything. When it was late at night again, a mournful scream sounded. It was actually a seed-level expert who had entered the Sage realm, yet he suffered a sneak attack this night. All of the soldiers hiding in the dark rushed over. At the same time, a few powerful cultivators also hurried over to provide support. However, in the next second, another scream was heard from another direction. Another powerhouse had fallen. Yi Fan suddenly stood up. Was this the work of a single person? That night, 4 tragedies happened in succession. 4 cultivators were killed, dying violent deaths. The next day, the great commander of the human race's #1 city arrived at an ancient land. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Guide envoy, please take action. I believe you can find the true culprit." An indistinct figure appeared on top of a praying mat. It calmly said, "I have already warned a few ancient families in the city not to take action. As for the internal assassinations of the trial takers, it can also be considered a type of test." "What? You don't care?" The great commander revealed a shocked expression. "After taking this path, if you are assassinated, you can only be considered a failure." The indistinct figure disappeared, and there was no one left on the praying mat. The atmosphere in the city was tense. Many people felt that it was not just the killing saint. There were also some people with ulterior motives who had taken action. Otherwise, how could 4 people die in one night? Did you guys feel it? The guide envoy is indulging in this kind of behavior. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Let's move out together tonight and kill that person called Yi Fan. The 12th of the 13 steeds of heavenly wasteland said coldly. The 13th brother echoed and strongly agreed. A pair of cold eyes looked over, and the 2 immediately felt a chill from head to toe. The leader of the 13 steeds of heavenly wasteland had black hair draped over his shoulders. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were like dragons. They flickered with divine splendor and possessed a kind of wild power. A single glance from him was enough to make the 12th and 13th brothers keep quiet out of fear. They did not dare to say anything else. Meanwhile, the #2 figure of the 13 steeds of heavenly wasteland revealed a cruel smile. "Do you think you can kill him without a sound?" The 2 were also afraid of him and did not say anything. "If we can't kill him in an instant, the consequences will be unthinkable. If we take the blame for that strange killing saint, we will die without a burial ground." The #2 figure of the 13 steeds said coldly. Then, he laughed cruelly and said, "Why don't we do it instead?" "What do you mean?" The 13th brother asked with a trace of reverence and puzzlement. "You guys go and find trouble with him, but do not fight him. Just provoke him with a few words." The #2 figure instructed. The atmosphere in the city was oppressive. Many cultivators felt uneasy. People died every night, and if this continued, it would definitely become a big problem. Ancient beasts galloped and the streets shook. Several savage beasts rushed past and almost collided with Yi Fan. "Be careful, don't get killed. Wait for death to descend at night." Several savage beasts rushed past and muttered in a domineering manner. Yi Fan looked coldly at the people of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. Today, he was provoked twice, and both times were by their people. However, the other party cowered in the end. Deep into the night, an ominous scene enveloped the city. After 2 miserable cries sounded in the distance, a black figure appeared in Yifan's room and directly dragged him into a small void world. This was a painting scroll held in the hands of a powerful saint. He was imprisoned inside and then mercilessly attacked. Boom! However, in the end, it was Yifan who shattered the ancient scroll and forced his way out. He killed this person and imprisoned his primordial spirit so that he could see his identity. It's a member of an ancient family in the city. He was startled. Then, he observed his sea of consciousness and quickly discovered what was going on. Someone secretly delivered an extremely rare and precious divine refinement material to their family. It was priceless. Unfortunately, they could only refine half a magical artifact. The person who secretly delivered the divine material did not show himself and only left behind a message. If they could kill Yifan, they could deliver the other half of the divine material. Oh, this is a family that isn't too clean. Many of the residents in the city know about it and were thus chosen to assassinate me. Yifan naturally thought of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland and revealed a mocking smile. In terms of assassination techniques, how many people could compare to him? It was purely displaying one's slight skill before an expert. The secret killing techniques of the celestial court were absolutely world-shocking. In that instant, he thought of something again and produced another hymn. Very soon, he dispersed into strands of clear air and drifted into the starry sky. In another residence, the 12th and 13th brothers of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland had cold eyes and revealed killing intent as they quietly waited for action. Moreover, several seed-level characters were invited over to drink. They were inside a formation that isolated their auras from the outside world. At the same time, several soldiers were seated. Chapter 1259. Under the starlight, the residence was very quiet. A wisp of clear air drifted past without the slightest ripple. On the surface, the courtyard seemed very peaceful, but the clear air that Yifan had transformed into felt that something was amiss. He did not discover anything and only had the instinctive intuition of a cultivator. He landed not far from the courtyard wall and sank into the ground. He used a heaven-shaking Genesis technique to carefully observe. Not long after, a pair of eyes formed from mist and looked up from underground. Killing intent surged in Yifan's heart as his eyes turned cold. Apart from the 13 heavenly emperors, there were also a few seed-level experts in the residence and 2 soldiers from the city waiting for him to enter the trap. These people were hidden in the formation, chatting and drinking merrily. They were isolated from the outside world. If not for his Genesis technique, which allowed him to use the Earth Dragon Chi to detect any abnormalities above, he would not have sensed anything at all. This was a trap waiting for him to jump into. They did not necessarily have to kill him on the spot. As long as he appeared, these people could bear the blame of killing a saint. When that time came, who would listen to his explanation? His competitors would use this opportunity to eliminate him, and the cultivators of the number 1 human city would gang up on him. This was a vicious trap. The second in command of the 13 heavenly emperors did not really want to assassinate him, but instead lured him into a trap. It was sinister and vicious. Before Yifan came, he had already realized that tonight was not a simple assassination, but a targeted trap. Now, it was confirmed. Chi. In the formation on the ground, the leader of the 13 heavenly emperors suddenly stabbed a purple spear into the ground. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes. This unforeseen event shocked many people. They did not understand what was going on, especially those ranked lower among the 13 heavenly emperors. They were extremely afraid of him. "Brother Gu, what happened?" a seed-level expert asked. The eyes of the leader of the 13 steeds of heaven desolate region, Gu Ling, emitted a wild light as he bared his upper body. His powerful bronze body was filled with an oppressive feeling as he said, "Someone is spying on us from underground." A wisp of clear chi spread out from the ground and disappeared, leaving nothing behind. That purple ray of light could stab a saint to death, but it could not stab the clear chi. Yifan felt a chill in his heart. This was definitely a powerful opponent, many times more terrifying than an ordinary seed powerhouse. No wonder the guide was alerted on the way here. I sensed it too, but he disappeared in an instant. The eyes of the second in command of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland shot out a green radiance. His entire body was covered in armor, making him look like an ancient demonic god that was as unfathomable as the ocean abyss. That's right. Someone was spying on us, but they disappeared in an instant. A soldier spoke, causing everyone present to be startled. This was a loser from the ancient starry sky path, yet he was so powerful. Needless to say, he must have encountered an invincible hero along the way. Otherwise, with his level of cultivation, how could he have retreated to the number 1 human city? Could it be him? How frightening. The 5th member of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland who rarely spoke coldly. This person is a threat. We were quietly waiting for him to come and kill us, but we never thought that he wouldn't make a move. It seems that it will be somewhat difficult to end his life, another person said. The stronger and more cautious Yi Fan was, the greater the threat he posed to them. If they were to make a move on the later trial paths, it would be difficult to end the situation without paying a certain price. We can't let him live, we have to kill him. The second in command of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland had a terrifying green gaze, as if he was a demonic god from hell. His words were cold and cruel, like the spitting of a poisonous snake. Under the starlight, strands of clear qi gathered and landed in Yi Fan's courtyard, disappearing into the top of his head. This qi could be gathered and dispersed at will, and did not necessarily have to return to his body. However, this was ultimately a divine essence in his body. If there were no unforeseen events, he was unwilling to disperse it in order to strengthen his body. Yi Fan stood up and said, "Since it has come to this, I'll just kill him right in front of you all." After saying this, he smiled and then meditated to recuperate, falling into a deep sleep. He simply did not care about anything outside. That night, the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland stood guard half the night, inviting several seed-level experts and 2 soldiers to bear witness, but it was a waste of effort. Early in the morning, the streets were bustling once again. People came and went, and the sun shone brilliantly. However, the haze in the hearts of some cultivators became even thicker. 3 more people had died last night. The color of blood was terrifying, and no one knew how long it would last. It was clear that some experts had also taken action under the guise of killing saints. Everyone was in danger. Just how many days were left before they could leave for the next ancient pass of the human race? This was the question in everyone's mind, and they all wanted to leave urgently. The envoy did not do anything, allowing the situation to become serious. Some people even suspected that it was related to him, and a bad premonition arose in everyone's hearts. A tense atmosphere pervaded the air. At this crucial moment, Yi Fan seemed to have completely relaxed. He strolled around the city, and when he passed by the city gates, he felt a pair of cold eyes shooting over. He couldn't help but turn around to look. It was the soldier who had clashed with him when he first entered the city. It was a powerful captain. This person wore black iron clothing and held a bronze dagger axe in his hand. He stood at the city gates, looking at him coldly and emotionlessly, a cruel smile hidden at the corners of his mouth. It's him. Yi Fan was sure that one of the 2 soldiers from last night was a guest at the residence of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. He had been drinking and waiting there for half the night. They really did put in quite a bit of effort, finding the captain who bore hostility towards me. After noon, Yi Fan strolled through the entire city. He entered a wine shop and sat down to drink alone. He was waiting for the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland to kill them in front of everyone. The small wine shop was facing the street, and there were a few tables and chairs outside. It was also an open-air business, so there weren't many people coming and going. A quarter of an hour later, rumbling sounds came from the other side of the street. A group of armored horses galloped over, causing the ancient street to sway. Many people moved out of the way. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland had arrived, and they wanted to enter a wine shop. This was their habit, and it had been like this for the past few days. They chose this time to appear. You won't live for long. On the other side, a knight from the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland spoke. His voice wasn't loud, and normal people couldn't hear him. Yi Fan had been paying attention to them this entire time. With his hearing ability, he could naturally hear them clearly. Quite a few of these people carried cold smiles on their faces. Their killing intent wasn't concealed at all. The 12th and 13th brothers were even more provocative, making a throat-slitting gesture at him. It could be said that this was a type of humiliation. After walking on the ancient trial path, this type of action was a type of serious contempt and provocation. There were several great wine shops here, so there were naturally quite a few cultivators here. Now, everyone was in danger, and they all hoped to interact more in this type of setting, hoping to find allies. Quite a few people saw this scene, realizing that there might be a great conflict today. The grudges between these two sides were already deep, and it would erupt sooner or later. Some of you won't live past today. Yi Fan said softly, drinking a cup of wine. What did you say? Provoking us? Are you courting death? The 13th brother said fiercely. You are taking the initiative to provoke us. If you don't apologize, we will kill you on the spot. The 12th brother was clearly provoking, carrying out intimidation and threats. Please speak a bit more clearly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. The 9th figure among them turned around and said coldly. They selectively ignored the provocation a moment ago, and instead seized on Yi Fan's words without letting go, hoping to blow things up. They needed a suitable reason to kill Yi Fan. They had always hoped that he would take the initiative to provoke trouble, and then suppress and kill him together with the soldiers. The 10th figure and 11th brother of Heaven Wasteland's 13 steeds directly pressed over. These two both revealed their killing intent, not fearing that something would happen, but they were always suffering from a lack of excuses. You are courting death. Let's see how you're going to survive. You were the one who provoked us first. The most radical 12th and 13th brothers laughed cruelly, pressing over as well. This time, even the second figure was moved, feeling that Yi Fan might not be able to hold back anymore. Perhaps this was a good opportunity for them to kill him together with the soldiers. No matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than the soldiers in the city? That was clearly impossible. As he watched these people press over, Yi Fan was extremely calm, sitting there and drinking by himself. However, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. All of the nearby restaurants' windows were opened, and the streets were deathly silent. Everyone was paying close attention. It's useless even if you apologize now. Even if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, you will be killed without exception. The 12th brother clamored, forcing Yi Fan to take action. This was going too far. Normal people would find it difficult to endure such public humiliation. It was too direct and ruthless. Yi Fan didn't move, calmly drinking. However, a person walked out from the small wine shop. His figure was tall and sturdy, and he wore purple clothes. His black hair flowed down like a waterfall. He was quite heroic, but upon closer inspection, his appearance was rather indistinct. He dragged an iron sword, drawing out streak after streak of sparks on the ground. He arrived on the street and directly walked towards the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland, sizing up each and every one of them. Who are you? Get lost to the side. Today, we only want to kill that surnamed Yi. The 13th brother was extremely domineering, and even now, he didn't hide anything. Pooh! Blood splashed out. No one had expected that the purple-clothed man would immediately launch an attack the moment the 13th brother's words fell. He brandished the iron sword, faster than lightning. The 13th brother was directly hacked in half. Blood splashed out, gushing everywhere. Even that mount was split into two. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Everything happened too suddenly. Who dared to kill someone on the streets of the city? This violated the city's rules, and he had to pay with his life. This person didn't have any misgivings when doing things, just too direct and decisive. This was especially the case when his sword was exceptionally sharp, difficult for even saints to dodge. Murder! Someone cried out loudly. The streets became completely chaotic. The blood of many cultivators surged. They knew that something major was definitely going to happen today. Those who dared to kill the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland on the streets definitely had a great background. This was going to be an upheaval. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland immediately erupted. Quite a few people cried out and roared angrily. All of this happened too suddenly. This person was excessively arrogant, suddenly launching an attack and killing people in front of everyone. No one expected this. 13th brother. A few people from the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland cried out, angered to the extreme. All types of light danced about, attacking together. The purple-clothed individual was naturally Yi Fan. He displayed the one spirit into three pure ones, this was his Dao body. He killed a great enemy on the streets. This was precisely what he wanted, to kill in front of everyone, to cut down these people's faces and dignity, to kill them thoroughly. Yi Fan made ample preparations. After the first sword, the second sword already hacked out, moving even faster than these people. When a few people from the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland were furious and surrounded him, the blood-dripping sword in his hands was already less than half a foot from the 12th brother's head. It was completely done in one go, everything happening in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. After killing the 13th brother, Yi Fan didn't stop at all along the way. The 12th brother cried out loudly, his face pale. His body released endless light, and all types of weapons rushed out to block, but it was still too late. Pooh! The iron sword moved through the air, hacking at his head, cutting off most of his face. Blood splashed 6 to 7 feet into the air. Yi Fan's sword hacked out. Half of the 12th brother's head flew up, the crown of his head sliced in half. He died on the spot, blood dripping everywhere. Chapter 1260. The flying head of the 12th of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was full of unwillingness and endless fear. It was decapitated just like that, falling onto the ice-cold street. Then, the corpse fell into a pool of blood. Fresh blood gushed out, dyeing the street scarlet red. It was a shocking sight. Nay, the purple Qilin roared. Its master had fallen, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. It immediately struggled, a pair of large hooves trampling towards Yi Fan. Pfft! Purple blood flew out as Yi Fan's sword hacked off its head. The white bones were horrifying, and the enormous corpse fell onto the bluestone ground, its blood forming a small river. The other divine knights were shocked and roared. All kinds of magical artifacts fell together, as if a meteor had fallen from outer space. They were powerful and intimidating, radiating resplendent rays of light. No one would have thought that such a thing would happen. Killing a seed expert in the middle of the street without the slightest scruple had never happened before. It could be said that he was completely lawless. Kill him, don't let him escape. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland roared. With a wang sound, Yi Fan shook his sword, causing the entire world to tremble. He interfered with the laws of the great Tao, completely destroying the dozens of secret techniques that were rushing towards him. At the same time, the black iron sword in his hand drew a strange arc. Like an antelope hanging its horn, it drew all of the falling magical artifacts into the sky. Boom! The magical artifacts shattered the sky, and not a single one fell. They were separated by over 100 li, destroying the firmament. Even the stars in the sky were swaying. This was the army formula. Yi Fan borrowed the power of his sword to display it. The magical artifacts of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland were all rendered useless. From the moment he walked out of the small wine shop to the wanton slaughter, everything happened in an instant. Yi Fan was as swift as a humanoid bolt of lightning, and no one could stop him. When everything quieted down, Yi Fan stood on one side of the street with the bloody iron sword in hand, while the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland stood on the other side. It was actually a short period of silence. But what followed was a clamor that soared into the sky. The city was completely stirred up. They had never seen such a daring person before. Am I seeing things? He killed a seed expert in the middle of the street, killing 2 of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland with one strike? A drop of blood splashed onto my face. Just what kind of background does this person have to dare act like this? He is truly unbridled. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland kicked an iron board. Is there anything more humiliating than this? This person is too daring. This is the first city of the human race has never done in so many years. It was as if a meteor had crashed into the city, stirring up a huge commotion. Many people could hardly believe it, this was too exaggerated. Kill. There was only a moment of peace. A few of Heaven Wasteland's 13 mounts were so angry they began to tremble. They did everything they could to kill Yi Fan. All types of immortal light flew about. This world was like a great disaster, boiling with the natural laws of the world. This place became a purgatory. They surrounded Yi Fan and attacked him. Divine light was endless, drowning out the long street. If not for the great ancient formation in the city, not to mention this street, even the entire city would have been split into pieces and turned into ashes. Even killing you 10,000 times would not be enough to dispel the hatred in my heart. I will extract your soul and eternally suppress the 9 nether Death Star. I will make you suffer the pain of purgatory. Someone shouted loudly with bloodshot eyes. Killing Yi Fan wasn't enough to vent his anger. He could only use the cruelest method to deal with cultivators to humiliate him. Yi Fan possessed extreme speed. He moved like a streak of floating light as he weaved through all types of magical artifacts and resisted all types of wondrous techniques. He fought until he went mad. That iron sword wasn't a divine artifact, but in his hands, it displayed world-shaking might. Clanging sounds rang out as sword radiance tore apart heaven and earth. With a cold snort, the number 2 figure of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland took action. Just now, he had been watching coldly from the sidelines. At this moment, he sat on the azure dragon, and a heavenly decorated halberd appeared in his hands. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of jin it weighed. His entire body was covered in green golden armor, and the azure dragon he sat on was also covered in green scales. The 2 of them were as one, like a demonic god descending to the mortal world. The halberd hacked downwards. This great halberd weighed over 1,000,000 jin, and it was a true divine artifact. The green-colored halberd shaft and snow-white halberd blade sliced apart the heavens, emitting terrifying whistling sounds. Shadows flickered about, as if a group of gods and devils were howling. They followed the great halberd, hacking through the universe and shattering everything in their way. It was incomparably terrifying. In the distance, everyone's expressions changed. The number 2 figure of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was too powerful, exceeding everyone's expectations. He could even slaughter saints. The 7 or 8 divine riders that were currently taking action were all shaken. Only they knew how terrifying the leaders ranked in the top few were, far surpassing them. The 10th ranked divine rider shouted loudly, "Even if you die 100 times, it still won't be enough to redeem your blood sins. Use the rest of your pitiful and lowly life to repent on the 9 nether Death Star." He roared cruelly, killing intent surging. He coordinated with the great halberd that descended from the sky and slashed towards Yi Fan's frontal bone. The others also roared, doing everything they could to attack with full force. Wondrous techniques and magical artifacts were like meteors, powerful and terrifying. All of them rushed towards Yi Fan. Kacha. Shattering sounds rang out from the streets. A portion of the ancient restrictions was damaged, causing the expressions of everyone to change. How terrifying was this great halberd exactly? At this moment, a total of 8 people attacked Yi Fan. They stood in 8 different directions, causing Yi Fan to fall into a life-and-death situation. In the eyes of everyone, as the halberd descended, there was no way for Yi Fan to block it. However, at this instant, he blocked the halberd's blade with his bare hands. Chang! A trembling sound rang out, reverberating through the entire city. Many people felt their souls pounding when they heard it. After that, blood seeped out from their mouths. The destructive power of this strike could be clearly seen. What? Impossible. How could he block it with his bare hands? Who is this person? How powerful is his physical body? Everyone was dumbfounded. They simply didn't dare to believe everything. Yi Fan didn't block it with his iron sword because against a holy weapon, it would undoubtedly shatter. He actually used his left hand to block the halberd's blade. There was no scene of blood splattering everywhere. When that halberd descended, it could slaughter a saint. He blocked it. Dao patterns flickered beneath Yi Fan's feet. He was like an illusion as he exerted the Rho character formula to the extreme to avoid the attacks of others. All kinds of magical artifacts and techniques flew past him. This was like dancing on a mountain of blades or taking a stroll in front of the gates of hell. In this dangerous situation of life and death, there was a kind of beauty and ease. He rushed out from the encirclement of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. To be able to do this in an instant was truly an anomaly. All the heroes asked themselves if they could do it. Repent on the 9 Serenity's Death Star. The number 10 character of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland hadn't even finished speaking when his sinister and cruel expression froze. This was because an iron sword had passed through layers upon layers of light screens at a hair's breadth. It pierced through the obstruction and landed on his body. Pfft! A sword pierced through his brain. The black iron sword pierced through his forehead and came out from the back of his head. Fresh blood dripped down, and the blade was stained with white brain matter. It looked exceptionally bloody. No one had expected Yi Fan's attack to be so exceptional and incisive. It wasn't some kind of wondrous technique, but a commonly used sword form. It was simple and direct, and its advantage lay in its swiftness. It was comparable to lightning and could break all techniques. At this moment, Yi Fan was like an Asura. His black hair draped over his shoulders, his body was tall and strong, and his eyes were like cold lightning. Crack! He used the black iron sword to forcefully lift the skull of the number 10 character of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. Fresh blood rushed high into the air. With extreme disbelief, the light in the number 10 character's eyes dimmed. He fell face up into a pool of blood and died just like that. Dark red blood flowed everywhere. Everyone was shaken. How powerful was this person? During the encirclement, he seized the only opportunity to kill a divine rider with one strike. It could be said to be exceptionally stunning. All of you, get out of the way. The number 2 character of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland shouted in a low voice. He wanted to personally take action. The ancient halberd flickered with a cold metallic luster as it hacked down as if it wanted to split heaven and earth. The first few divine riders were clearly many times more powerful than those behind them. Their magic power was heaven-reaching, and even their mounts were sacred beasts. One could well imagine their battle prowess. Wang. However, at this time, another terrifying character personally took action. His speed was even faster than the number 2 character in the azure armor. It was precisely the leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, Gu Ling. He had been watching coldly just now, and at this moment, he finally took action. The purple spear in his hand pierced through in an instant. Boom! It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The power of this spear was too great. When the purple spear pierced out, it was as if a purple sun had exploded. Light and flames overflowed into the heavens, and the entire place was dyed purple. Many experts were terrified, and some people were forced to bleed from their 7 apertures by this imposing manner. This was an extremely dazzling spear. It possessed an immortal life force. The radiance it emitted was boundless, and even the stars in the sky seemed to be trembling as if they were about to fall. The entire ancient city seemed as if it was about to disintegrate, shaking violently. It was an extremely stunning spear. The leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was topless. His thick black hair draped over his shoulders, and his bronze skin, under the resplendent radiance of the purple spear, made him seem even more wild. It was as if a god had been reborn. "Kill!" The other members of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland roared loudly. The leader had personally taken action, so what enemy could they not kill? They all followed him in attacking. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. He waved the iron sword in his hand. It was simple and unadorned, but it was majestic and imposing. At this moment, it forcefully struck the purple spear. Black and hazy, it was as if a black heavenly river was falling down. Yi Fan held an ordinary weapon and forcefully clashed with the divine weapon, colliding with the purple spear. The others revealed strange expressions. The eyes of the divine riders were incomparably cruel. They knew that this kind of iron sword would definitely not be able to block it. As expected, the sound of shattering rang out as the black iron sword was shattered into pieces on the spot. However, they were as dazzling as fireworks. They flew in all directions like a meteor shower, and every fragment was fatal. Yi Fan used the army formula, drawing over 100 fragments to attack all of the divine riders. The ear-splitting sounds were exceptionally terrifying. Pooh, pooh, bloody lights suddenly appeared and muffled groans could be heard. Apart from the first 5 divine riders, the others' bodies were spurting out blood. They uncontrollably retreated and were injured by the sword. This was appalling. Even though he was surrounded by the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, Yi Fan repeatedly killed his enemies. This shocked everyone to the extreme. In the distance, Yu Xian and Mu Guanghan's beautiful eyes blinked as they watched with rapt attention. Meanwhile, Tuobayu, Ku Tuchuo, Uya Mo, and the others also appeared. Stop! A group of powerful ironclad experts appeared and rushed over like a flood of steel. The soldiers in the city arrived. Every one of them was an expert who had once stepped onto the ancient road of trials. They were all extraordinary and possessed terrifying strength. The leader was precisely the captain who had once clashed with Yi Fan and appeared at the residence of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. He coldly shouted, "Those who act violently in the first human city will be killed without mercy." Obviously, he was targeting Yi Fan's Dao body. His blood energy surged into the sky as he pointed the bronze battle spear in this direction. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan's Dao body soared into the sky. The speed of the line formula was comparable to lightning as he struck out a supreme divine fist. With a pu sound, his fist and his body passed through the body of the 11th of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. No one could stop this domineering fist. It was swift and fierce, and its blood energy was like the sea. It was extremely powerful. Yi Fan's fist shattered this person, and the fist aura rushed through the blood mist and broken bones. Everyone was stunned. Even the soldiers in the city had arrived, but he turned a deaf ear to them. He attacked incisively and was indeed peerlessly powerful. Only one person remained calm. Yi Fan's real body was close to the battlefield on the street. He raised a cup of wine to the Dao body and drank it in one gulp. Many people's expressions changed upon seeing this scene. Chapter 1261. The long street was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Blood mist dispersed, broken bones littered the ground, and the corpses of savage beasts and broken weapons coexisted. The young man in purple stood on the long street, killing an expert of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland in front of everyone. It was shocking, as if an invincible demonic god had descended. At this time, only Yi Fan in front of the small wine shop was calm and collected. His body was tall, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He was untainted by a speck of dust as he raised his cup to greet the man in purple. Smoke rises, the heavens are in sight, the immortal domain of immortals appears. The sword Qi is like frost, the Qi swallows the starry river, laughing frivolously, the blood of countless enemies on the ancient road. Yi Fan drained his cup and casually threw it on the street. In the extreme silence, only the sound of the cup shattering could be heard, shattering the hearts of everyone. Everyone's expression changed. At this juncture, a purple-clothed expert was already arrogant enough. His iron sword swept through the long street, stirring the clouds in all directions. At this time, another person stood out with frivolous words. How could people not pay attention to him? This was a serious provocation. Some people of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland glared coldly. The soldiers who rushed over also had merciless gazes as they surrounded this place. The battle temporarily stopped because the soldiers of the first trial had arrived. They separated the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland and stared coldly at the purple-clothed man. Although the battle had stopped, the atmosphere at this time was increasingly tense. It was unknown how many people had come, but they were all watching the development of the situation on the long street. You killed someone on the street, flouting the city rules. No matter which star domain you come from, you will respect the law with your life. The captain said coldly. His entire body was full of blood energy. The black iron clothes covered his sturdy body, and the bronze dagger axe in his hand emitted killing intent that could split the sky. It was filled with a sense of oppression. Everyone was shocked. These soldiers were too powerful, especially this person. He was many times stronger than many of the trial takers. This made people think deeply. They were a group of losers, not defeated here, but in the depths of the starry sky. One could imagine that the one they encountered was definitely an invincible hero. From a certain point of view, these soldiers who had been on the road more than 10 years before them, even though they had returned, they were still indisputable heroes. This captain of the city gate shocked everyone. Not long ago, the young purple-clothed expert did not stop when the captain shouted. Instead, he smashed the 11th of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland with a punch before they arrived, disgracing him. At this time, it was not strange for the captain to make things difficult for him. Everyone knew that the purple-clothed powerhouse was in big trouble and his life was in danger. Aren't you going to ask me why I killed them? The purple-clothed man said. Why do you need to ask? Kill without mercy. The captain said coldly and gave the order. He didn't want to hear what he had to say at all. He wanted to kill him immediately. This group of soldiers had a total of 18 people. Every one of them was like a dragon or a tiger, all of them powerful figures of a region. Even though they were defeated in the starry skies, they were still experts that retreated here. Every single one of them wore iron clothes, all of them outstanding and outstanding. They were unwilling to retreat, and there was still a wave of arrogance within their hearts. The captain was very powerful. He was a very special person, but even so, with his prestige, he couldn't make a group of people attack him at the same time. Only 8 soldiers came forward. They were his subordinates and had a close relationship with him, so they wouldn't have any conflict. Cold light flickered in their eyes as they pounced at Yi Fan's Dao body. On the side of the street, Yi Fan's true body laughed and said, "How domineering. As expected of a mighty soldier, you have the power to kill and look down on the ancient city. You can kill anyone you want with just a word. Who are you? Are you an accomplice of the purple-clothed man? If you stop me from killing the enemy, I will kill you as well." The captain said coldly with undisguised killing intent. "Don't you know who I am?" Yi Fan revealed a mocking smile. The other party first clashed with him, and then waited for him at the residence of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland for most of the night. How could he not know? Looking at you, you must be in the same group as him. Let's take you down first. The captain said coldly and was about to order the others to attack. The 8th person of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland agreed coldly and said, "That's right. It was this person who provoked us first," and then the purple-clothed man suddenly attacked. He must be an accomplice. We are willing to lend the captain a hand and protect the peace of the first human city. Let's take down this person first. I will kill anyone who dares to attack, Yi Fan said coldly as he stood in front of the small wine shop. His voice wasn't loud, but it was intimidating. The street was chaotic enough and the soldiers had arrived, but he was not afraid at all. He was not afraid of the experts who targeted him. His words were sonorous and powerful. "How dare you?" The captain's eyes were cold and murderous. He shouted and was about to attack himself. At the same time, the people ranked at the bottom of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland also surrounded him, wanting to help him kill Yi Fan. They were very depressed today and hated Yi Fan and the purple-clothed man to the extreme. However, at this time, a miserable scream was heard. The purple-clothed man's magical power was profound and his battle aura was oppressive. He seized a long sword and actually cut a soldier in half at the waist. Blood splashed everywhere. This place could no longer maintain its peace and became noisy. Regardless of whether it was the natives of the city or the cultivators on the ancient starry path, they were all shocked. Is he going to defy the heavens? He walked on the starry path, yet he dared to start a massacre in the first trial of the human race. This kind of boldness is a bit too much. Who is he? Why can't I see his true appearance? He clearly looks heroic, but every time I look closely, it's a blur. How terrifying, continuously slaughtering experts. Today, if he doesn't establish an illustrious reputation, then he will be dismembered. Yi Fan's Dao body didn't escape. He seized a bronze sword and fought against the enemies. Sword light flashed, as if dragons were splitting the sky. He couldn't help but admit that this group of soldiers was extremely terrifying and overly brave. It was unknown how much stronger they were compared to the middle-aged Daoist nun and the others. Each and every one of them was a hero of a region. However, walking on this starry path was destined to be a clash between experts. In front of an even stronger expert, some people's past glory was nothing. Yi Fan's battle aura surged and surpassed them. With a bronze sword in hand, he turned into a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus and slaughtered in all directions. No one could stop him. Those who went forward to attack were all the captain's men. There was no right or wrong in their eyes. They only had the intention to kill him. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't show any mercy. The long sword danced in the sky, and the sword chi was like snow and frost. A clear and cold brilliance swept out and directly shot into the sky, shaking people's hearts. After that, the sword chi was restrained in an instant. From the extreme brilliance to the final dimness, it was completed in an instant. It was even more terrifying. The simple and unadorned bronze sword slashed down and cut the space between the eyebrows of a ferocious and murderous soldier. With a puff, fresh blood gushed out, and a bloodstain extended from top to bottom to between the soldier's legs. With a shrill scream, the soldier's body was divided into two halves. Blood gushed out wildly, and the two halves fell to the sides. It was a terrifying scene. Within dozens of moves, 2 of the 8 great experts had fallen. They were all cut down by Yi Fan's Dao body. This was not an ordinary person. The scarlet blood was a ghastly sight. Everyone was terrified. How long had it been? The purple-clothed man was besieged by 8 heroes who had set foot on the starry ancient path. He had killed 2 of them in less than 100 moves. His power was terrifying. It was precisely because of this that the captain's order to target the real Yi Fan was delayed. A low melody came from his throat, which was terrifying like a demonic roar. He personally took action. With the bronze dagger axe in hand, he slaughtered his way over. These were all people he had carefully recruited. They all followed his lead and were willing to be used by him. The expressions of some of the 13 cavalry of Heaven Wasteland changed. They did not attack Yi Fan's real body and instead chose to attack the purple-clothed man. They felt that the threat he posed was too great, and they needed to kill him first. The first 4 leaders didn't move and watched coldly. The divine cavalry that were ranked lower took action together to help the soldiers kill the purple-clothed man. "I'll kill you." The captain took a step forward. The heaven and earth changed, and the wind and clouds lost color. He was like a monarch patrolling, looking down on the world with an unrivaled aura. Beside him, enormous stars appeared one after another. He was like an immortal king as he walked forward. His entire body was covered in armor, and only his eyes were cold and threatening. Great Tao patterns covered the sky. A simple step was already so terrifying, making everyone feel intimidated. Was this still a failure? Just who exactly was he defeated by? There was definitely an extraordinary story behind this. Hong Long. The bronze dagger axe in his hand swept over, collapsing the void. His unrivaled aura intimidated everyone's soul. This kind of self-confidence and strength was enough to shock the world. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. This captain was definitely stronger than Mount Junwei, yet he retreated here to guard the city gate. It was truly unimaginable. He was calm and fearless. The bronze sword in his hand slashed forward. Immediately, boundless sword chi covered the sky and earth like a heavenly river descending. It was majestic and shocking. Everyone held their breaths. This was a confrontation between top experts. It was a rare battle between dragons and tigers. It was a world-shaking confrontation. Clang! Yi Fan used his sword to block the bronze dagger axe. Their edges met, and a large expanse of great Tao symbols spread out. Every one of them flickered with resplendent light, engraving themselves in the sky, making everyone gasp. This was a method only the top experts of the trial takers could use. This was the embodiment of a shocking understanding of the Tao. A simple strike, a casual sword strike, contained the laws of heaven and earth and evolved all things. It was the embodiment of the terrifying laws to the extreme. Using divine laws was the collision of the Tao. Hong Long. Around them, the 6 soldiers were all sent flying. Their faces were pale and devoid of blood. The pupils of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland who had just arrived also shrank rapidly. Yi Fan and the captain stood where they were without moving. The bronze sword and the dagger axe collided, emitting a monstrous aura. It was this fluctuation that forced the others back. Do you really think you are the master of this city? You are so unbridled. You want to kill me right here and now? Yi Fan said calmly. That's right. I am the law here. I want to kill you. What can you do? The captain said coldly. His eyes were frightening and full of coldness. Let's go together and kill him. One of the 6 soldiers said. It didn't matter to them who was right or wrong. They only listened to the captain and followed his will. Don't force me to start a massacre, Yi Fan said mercilessly. Then come and try. The captain said coldly. His face was covered by the iron armor and helmet, so no one could see his true appearance. However, the voice belonged to a young man.